Good evening. Hello. Avoltus. Not. Jensison. Alep. Bobo. Alexi. Yakatak. Rockets. Andy. Topa Twist. Hi. Hi. Not. Thank you for the 8 months. Much appreciated. I did say that I would only play the map after the event, but you know... Here's the thing. The days are getting a bit slower on the top end. Because there's really only the 4 players that we're currently mainly following. So that has kinda, you know... I think made it make more sense. That, you know... Maybe we just try the map. Maybe we just play it. At the end of the day, it's not like I'll need to rediscover anything. You know, I will not get to the final part of floor 16, so it's probably fine. Hey Omni, Tweeb, Joanna, Rain, Beaks, Naskor, Kubo. Elcon will be back soon. He said in Granada's chat earlier he's been sick this weekend, but going back on the grind tomorrow. I feel like a lot of the players have been sick. Like Virgil has been sick, and Scrappy was sick, and Bren was sick, and now Elcon has been sick. Is it the grind? Is it the map? I mean, you know, it's a lot of stress, right? Kinda definitely affects you, I think. Yeah, I did watch the virtual video. That's pretty much the biggest news today, I suppose. Like, you know, Lars and Brent have been trying, but not yet there. Still can happen any day, though. Summy PB today, though. Nice. The back yeets? You mean the high jump in the middle? What if you finish it because you have theorized everything so much? Now that would be the storyline of the century. Yeah, So yeah, Virtual did make a video. And in that video, Virtual basically said that he's not going to compete on the event anymore. And there's a lot of good reasons on that video, I just did watch it. Basically Virtual was saying how, you know, it is getting like very exhausting, and also like things like real life are kind of starting to catch up now that you've been doing nothing else but playing Deep Dip for a month, right? And Virtual as a content creator also needs to, you know, make other content for the editors that make videos for him, so it kind of, all of it makes sense. It's sort of like, you know, understandable, right? It's sort of understandable. We've had other players during the whole journey that have been talking about burnout. Like Simo was talking about burnout. About like 2 weeks in maybe. Or so. Took a few days off, and yeah, I mean, also like what Hazard has been kind of saying on Hazard sessions is being really like tired of doing the same floors over and over. So like, what I've said earlier is that the main danger, like how we know that the map is too hard, is if players lose interest, if they become bored of the map. And I feel like that's kind of happening, to some players at least. Maybe not everyone. Oh wow, what a save. that was on the edge. It's definitely like getting to the point where we can discuss like, okay, well, is the map actually too much? How much of a top player interest is only... How much of the top player interest is only being propped up by the prize pool though? That's a big bounce. I don't think not all that much, but it really depends. Really depends on, like, who you ask, I suppose. Like, some might be very motivated by that, but I feel for most players it's much less important, honestly. Who really knows? Hello, big dude. Hello, Batum. It is a lot of money. It is a lot of money for sure. But there's like a limit. Like, you know, also everyone has their own sort of like limits. Like if you say that, okay, well here's 15k, even like 30k of finishing like Plasma, which is like a TAS only map in TMNF. No one's gonna do that. They might, like, you know, maybe someone's gonna play the map for like a little bit, but eventually they will say that, okay, well this is not like worth it for me. It's way too punishing, way too taxing mentally. Also, no one would even finish a single checkpoint, so it's a bad example. But like, there is like a limit, always. And like at some point, like when you burn out, that doesn't really look at the whatever reward there is, right? If you're burnt out, then you're burnt out. It's like a very physical thing. It's kind of like saying that, like, or if you think about it in another sense, you could think like, if someone is like sick, right? They have like high temperature, they have fever, everything, and they like everything hurts, and they're unable to play because of that. You can't tell them like, okay, well, but here's $5,000. Can you play now? No, of course they can't. That's how it works, right? And that's how burnout works as well. Like, you can't really force yourself. And the burnout, I think, often kind of shows itself as like players just kind of saying like, okay, this is so uninteresting and boring at this point. But to be fair, we are not talking about every player, of course. Bren and Lars are still grinding. Still seem to be mentally pretty good overall. Seem to be motivated. Sparkling also mentioned in the Discord today that plastic doing plastic things is making things more punishing than intended. Yeah. I wonder if there's like a little bit of a lack of playtesting in like certain like pools that you might not be supposed to fall down from. Like, of course, the playtest on this kind of a huge map is you're gonna miss things. But considering that, like, for example, both Lars and Bren, the only two players to make it here, have failed the practice area by bouncing away from the pool as they landed. Like, I don't know if that's intentional. Yeah, no idea how the mappers are looking at it right now. As a viewer, it was an amazing month though. Yeah, for sure. I also enjoyed it a lot. And I mean, it's not over yet. It's just slowed down enough that we are gonna try it. So we're not really like ending the whole thing or anything, right? There's still plenty of players who are motivated. I mean, we have some on the server. Juliano, Demifying, Birdie are still on the grind and getting towards those higher floors as well. And I feel like, you know, it's very personal how well you handle this kind of a grind too. And of course, there's also a lot of pressure, depending on like what you set your goals to. Yeah, sorry, Bear. No one finished. Maybe I'll reverse the order of the words in the title. Hi, Valta. I feel like DD3 should be a completely different concept. I think it should be some other kind of a design. What we heard from Elcon is that Elcon has been a bit sick, apparently. Elmagio. Also, I think some players are still super motivated by, like, just winning the event. Not necessarily about the prize pool, though the prize pool is a good plus. But I think a lot of the top players right now, they want to also win, because it's such an historical feat. Lars seems to be mentally doing pretty well, though it's hard to say based on watching streams. Tidlord is kind of talking about it on Discord right now. Plastic on a floor by floor level is fine. It's just too much plastic overall when so many floors use it. Yeah, maybe more coordination. Maybe more coordination. Oh, I didn't mean to clickbait at all. Let me reverse the words. Do you agree with Virtual that maybe harder floors should have been earlier in the map? From like a game design standpoint, yes. Usually you want to put the hardest things of a map in the beginning, so that the player gets the most repetition on the hardest parts, and then the easier parts are going to be something where you get less practice, and they will be as difficult because of that, like, lower amount of practice. But I don't know, on a map like this it kind of also makes sense that the floors do get harder. It's tough to really like say, like, I feel like it would be completely fine if it was toned down a little bit, and you know, if there weren't like the you know, very unlucky bounces from pools and such. I feel like that could already do it, but yeah, it's hard to say. Personally, I think what I would do is I would put the highest, like the hardest point somewhere in the middle, and then slowly like make things a little bit easier towards the end. So that like if we have floors, let's say that we have 10 floors, 10 is the most difficult one, and 1 is the easiest one. I would probably do, like, 1... I need to think about this. Maybe like 1, 3, 5, 7... 9, 10, 8, 6, 4, 2. Well, no, probably not. I think like the last floor should still be like a 5. But you know, something like this, so that the difficulty peaks in the middle, and then it like gets a little bit easier, but not super easy. Like it still stays at a pretty like mid sort of difficulty on the higher floors. As a viewer, my interest peaked around 2 weeks ago. Floor 11. Continued watching it because I'm invested and want to see it finished, but I think for the health of players, the next map should be shorter with more difficult floors lower down. Yeah, or somewhere in the... yeah, well, lower down. Yeah, I agree. Just got here. Do you as a caster feel the same? As in bored or tired of casting the same map every day? I mean... not really... like bored. I guess I'm like a little bit concerned whenever these kinds of news come out, because I do want to also see the map finished. You know, and I do need to figure out how we actually make these sessions interesting, even if there's like no players really grinding. Sammy is grinding though. Every day, 200 plus hours. Which is the reason why we can also try out the map today. Because, you know, things kinda stand still a little bit right now. So maybe it's a good time to do this. I do feel that, you know, once the 3 people finish though, like, we will see that it was possible, and I think those players are going to be, like, pushing for the end as much as they can. Like, I don't see any sign of, like, Lars slowing down, for example. I feel like still Bren and Lars feel like they can finish any day now. After Virtual has quit, only Bren, Lars, Hazard, and Elcon are the only ones who have realistic chances to finish. During the event, yes, probably. Like, I think the top 3 will probably be out of those players. Difficulty seems quite well calibrated to be as tight as possible if top players are starting to burn out when only half of floor is left. I mean, they've been burnt out for a while now, and they've been, you know, taking time off because of that as well. I think, like, you know, when you make a competition, it's also like one aspect you need to think about is what you're actually doing to the players with that event. Like, for example, if you do like a 24-hour event, or if you do like a, let's say, a 48-hour race or something, I feel like you need to kind of think about, like, okay, well, do we have to limit players' playtime by some rules? Do we need to make sure that they are actually sleeping and, you know, don't literally die, right? So there's like some ethical sides to it as well. I feel like this one, like, because it's such a long competition, in that sense, you know, players do have the chance to take days off and such. But I'm not sure if, when you design a competition like this, your goal should never be that players will burn out, right? Like, that has to already be like a bit of like on the edge of ethics. No, Kubas is definitely enjoying both. That's also, you know, probably playtested floor 16, so I think that also helps a lot. Next tip, tower will have either way more failsafes or easier difficulty overall. Yeah, I feel like... But should they make a tower? Should they make a tower though? Well, I guess, you know, it's a tried and tested concept. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 10, 8, 6, 4, 2. I feel like maybe you do like 1, 2, 3... 1, 2, 3... 5, 7... 10, 9, 8, and whatever is the rest. I forgot. Something like this. If the maps was just much more recoverable, it would be so much better. Yeah, that's true. Like, a lot of the problems, actually, and the main issue, really, with this map right now, is that when you fail something on the hardest floors, you fall all the way down, right? Like, floor 11, no saves, right? Floor 13, kind of tough saves, definitely not, like, friendly saves. Floor 14 has actually pretty good saves, and I think floor 14 is mostly fine. I don't think there's many issues with it. But then floor 15 again, like, you know, you fail the dragon, you're like all the way down, like actually all the way down to the ground. And floor 16 also, it's like absolutely terrible saves. You're most likely to bounce off the crystals on floor 13 if you fail something, and then you're out of the map, right? So, like, just making it so that the players can recover a little bit more on these hardest floors. Floor 7, floor 11, having better recoveries would already make the map, like, a lot more balanced. Oh, Wishmaster. Oof, yeah, no. Here's what I'm talking about as well. Well, this is actually one of the more forgiving drops. From 7 to 6. What about some high risk or skill skips on the lowest floors? Maybe some big shortcuts could actually work. Yeah, maybe something like that could, you know, make it more interesting. Just making it like faster to climb the earlier floors. Am I secretly carrying the event with this positive grinding mindset? Definitely. It's very contagious. As a mapper, it's gonna be, yeah, impossible to tell how difficult the map will really be. Oh, quick climb. Maybe? Oh, close. Yeah, you can't ever fully know how difficult your map will be, because at the point where you are, you know, ready to release it, you are so biased because you've played everything so much and you tried everything with checkpoints, and, you know, it's not gonna work at all. You will not have a realistic picture of how difficult the map will be. Unless you have, like, a really good sort of amount of playtesters who also go into the project blind. But for a map like this, it's gonna be really rough. Virtual has quit the challenge. Yes, the event, basically. Made a video not too long ago, maybe an hour ago. So Virtual will not be playing the map during the event anymore, and only after the practice floors are released. Elcon is sick, apparently. Getting back into the map tomorrow. Will there even be a fourth finisher? Yes, once the checkpoint version and the practice floors are out. Possible hot take, difficulty is fine, just people's expectations were that it would take a week or two rather than a month. Sure, but like, if people are unable to commit to a grind that this long, or if like a large amount of the players burn out during the challenge, then, you know, that's obviously like problematic for the event. Like, you know, you can make a map that takes 2 years to finish, but if no one plays it, then you can't really say that it was like a good idea, right? I do think that, you know, it's gonna be a huge achievement though. In that sense, the difficulty really works, because when we have people that are really struggling to keep up because the map is so hard, when you finish it, it's going to be such a massive achievement that you can really like... You can validate that achievement by knowing that you went through the grind, but also that other players, not everyone else, was able to go through the grind, right? Yeah, in the 24-hour race there was a rule that you can't play solo. True, yes. Which is good. That is a good way to make it, like, ethical. Also, I'm really slow on the chat right now. It's okay, I'll catch up. Hi, Bum. No, I don't think this is really about, like, only virtual also. Like, obviously virtual quitting the challenge is something, but I don't really think that it's just virtual. We've kind of heard from other players too that they are getting kind of like just losing interest a little bit recently. Burnout sucks, and we shouldn't downplay it, but it's not the fault of organizers. Yeah, definitely not. No. Like, at the end of the day, like I said, one, it's, like, super difficult to know how the map is gonna play out. If it's gonna be finished in, like, a week or two, or if it's gonna take 2 months, right? You don't really know. And you don't know how big of a thing it's going to become. I don't think the mappers expected the prize pool to go over $30,000. I don't expect anyone at all expected Trackmania Twitch to blow up as much as it has. So it's kind of like become much more than what the mappers expected, I would imagine. Yo, Brian, what's up? Had a question I wanted to run by you. Do you think DD2 has been too hard? Yeah, that's kind of what we've been talking about. Like, it really depends, I guess, how you look at it. Like, some players are sort of saying that, okay, it's a bit too much, the grind is too long, there's other things in their life that they need to do as well, and they will not be able to, like, keep up with the event. But then there's also, like, the few top players that are still pushing and going for it. I guess it depends, like, how you look at it. Like, you, as a speedrunner, know how much, like, for sure know how much value there is in, like, overcoming the sort of, like, mindset where you think, like, oh, I can't do this. And then you're, in the end, able to do it. So that there's, like, a lot of value in that kind of, like a mental sort of journey, where you have to, like, push yourself through that sort of obstacle. But at the same time, like, if it starts to become something where a lot of players are like just losing interest, then yeah, I don't know if we can say that it was good for, like, an event like this. Maybe just like a map like this. But I think what adds to it a lot is that there's, like, a deadline, because you want to finish before anyone else. So that adds so much more pressure. So it's not just like you grind it for a week and then take a 1-week break. It's not really possible if you want to win. So the competition aspects and the, like, race aspect of it adds a lot. And maybe that has been kind of overlooked as well. Not the map difficulty itself, but the actual like pressure of the event when you know, someone else is playing the map, you have to play the map, right? So you kind of have to force yourself to play it. I think that's what is causing burnout as well. Oh. Oh no! That was not the best crash to have. We'll see. I think overall it's still still a pretty solid challenge. Like you know, we're close to the end, right? Right now. Here's the thing. Hazard, still on the ice section, right? Elcon, still before the beam, will apparently play tomorrow again. Bren and Lars have got these sections done. Lars has made it to the wheel hang, hasn't yet solved it. And Bren has made it all the way through these parts to this point. What's left is these plastic jumps, this icy wheel dirt zoop, the beam here, the dirt wall ride, which is maybe the scariest part, so still remaining on the map, bouncing around, switching direction, jump through, and then to the tunnel. And then the final beam, and then somehow pushing yourself onto the uphill. This is the end section. So this is the end of floor 16. Land down here. Shouldn't be any problem doing these. And then it's the final jump. That's it. There's the finish line. You gather speed in a circle. And you jump forward, and you reach the finish line, hopefully. Right here, this red line. That's what's left. So it's not like we're talking about like the map is never gonna be finished. But I do think it's like reasonable to like ask the question for future projects as well. Always something to learn, yeah? Hey Sam, yep. Floor 7 and floor 11. Are just too punishing. Floor 11 has floor 10 below it, which is a lot of snow and ice downhills and you know, pipes and such, where you can't really land if you make a mistake. If you compare that to like making a mistake on floor 9, like you fall down here, oh there's a pool, oh there's a pool. You fail this jump, you bounce from the plastic into the pool. There's a pool here even, and that's like a very rare one to even fall to. There's so much stuff on the first half as well, of floor 8. There's pools everywhere, and a lot of the time, when someone fails on like floor 12, for example, they do end up falling into floor 8. But when someone fails on floor 11, they do not fall into floor 10. They might bounce off of it, but like in very rare cases, you will be able to actually continue your run. You will just fall down, like, you know, if you fail this big jump here, you fall all the way down. And a lot of the time, if you fail something else, you will just kind of bounce around and there's gaps everywhere. Then floor 7 is directly below as well. So floor 7 will bounce you around because it's largely plastic and like unrecoverable scenery blocks. So then it's all the way down to floor 3, which is again like much more recoverable. So really just having a bit more ground on floor 7 and on floor 11 would probably make the map so much more balanced. I don't necessarily think that there shouldn't be any kind of like, you know, choke point floor. I feel like it's kind of makes sense that somewhere in the middle you have like a floor where when you get through that floor the run kind of starts. I think that's reasonable, but it's just like a bit too much, especially with then 15 also overlapping floor 11 and 7, so it's not gonna fall there anyway either. And oh, livable, very much on the edge. And then floor 16 having like very bad recovery. That was a bit late. Still keeps the turtle. Oh, there we go. Nicely done. Yeah, so Virtual made a video not too long ago, about an hour ago, released it, saying that he will quit the event. Not necessarily giving up on the map, but might be looking to only complete it after the practice floors and others are out after the event. Yeah, like essentially, like having just more like pools and different like decoration blocks, kind of like floor 8 has. All these kinds of, especially like flat blocks, where you have like these kinds of platforms where you can fall down onto and you can continue the run. These kinds of blocks as well. These matter quite a bit. So having more of these on some of the later floors would probably be a good idea. You can, you know, have opinions on how floor 8 actually is. That's fair. I personally like it. But at the same time, I understand that it's a little bit like slower paced. But it's really one of the least problematic floors for this topic. The map is still like insanely great though, of course. That goes without saying, really. Just kind of rough to learn in this way. I think Kubas is ready to finish the map. To wait as a mapper. Yeah, I've seen the shortcut on floor 8 practice. Gonna be kind of interesting. Kind of interesting to see if that gets added to the World Record runs eventually. Kuba's PB is -1 meters to remove Kubas from the leaderboard, because not only was Kubas building a floor on this map, he also playtested the entire map, so not eligible for the prize pool, not playing in the event, but wants to play the map still, you know? So, removed from the leaderboard, basically. I would find it surprising if Kubas was the first to finish. Are you gonna play the map? And if yes, when do you plan to do so? Today. We will try it out today, even though the competition is still ongoing. I was only supposed to try it after the event, but I feel like things have slowed down to the point where maybe we can start getting some runs in as well. We can still keep an eye on the players when they jump in. I did not build a floor, no. I'm not involved in this, organizing this whole thing. Snipe. We'll see, yeah. Maybe I'll one-shot every single section. Hello SMB. No updates for Waldegard, Pavilion. Bren and Lars mostly battling it out right now. But we'll see, Elcon should be back tomorrow as well. So, let's see. Kubas hasn't completed the map as far as I know, but has probably gotten pretty close in playtesting. At what time will you start playing yourself? I mean, we could start right now, honestly. We're mostly, I guess, waiting for our top guys to get online anyway. So we shall see. I did finish Shallow Dip. So I have a little bit of an idea of how some things work, but this is of course very different. We can see. I think my goal would be to get to the same point as in Shallow Dip, so floor 6. That's gonna take a while, but let's see. I don't remember how many falls I had on Shallow Dip, but it took me, I think, less than 2 hours to finish. Also choked the final jump at one point. Hey Argo. Gamba, whether you one-shot the map? Oh god. Alright. Good start. Already beat Kuba's PB, yeah. Look at that, 48 meters. I think the reason why I have faults is because whenever you join the server, I guess it counts as a fault. Oh, goddamn jump scares! Come on, dude, I'm trying to play the video game. This jump honestly is harder on Shallow Dip. That quarter pipe jump is honestly harder on Shallow Dip. Oh, whoops. Like, it feels like you need more speed for it. Boing. Then we turn sideways to the bob, slide a bit. There we go. Are these ramps the same, actually? Oh, I think they are, yeah. Hey, floor 1, let's go. So now we have the pool here that we need to kind of look out for. I think there was, yeah, on this version there's also a gap on the side. You can go up these ice banked blocks, oh, as long as they're placed on grid. Which is another thing as well, like, you know, when we talk about the difficulties on like floor 11 and some parts of like floor 13, for example. A big reason behind that, oh, is that you don't have that level of intuition that you usually have. Dude, plastic is so snappy. How much speed do I need? This is good. Oh, whoops. Alright, we go again. It does help knowing the strats, but the map is hard. Unsurprisingly. Hi, Balizer. Run's still alive. We only fell like 100 meters. It's fine. Keep going. Can you one-shot till floor 11, please? I doubt it. I'll do my best. Yeah, that's it, Leon. I'm really bad at aiming these jumps already. Wow, okay, I gotta slow down. Oh, there's a recovery path here even? I've never seen this one. Hey, I'm learning new things. Oops. Okay, oh, that was lucky. Thank you, tree. I think the best way to survive the bobsleigh there is just to kind of like ice slide up. I think, you know, top players probably just drive forward. But it's a fairly safe way to do it like this. Nobody failed to jump before. Not that I've seen. I suppose I don't watch Floor Zero too much. Whoops. Okay. I have a skill issue on ice. What camera do I even use? Okay. We'll get there. I think, honestly, even while following other players, we can definitely get to floor 2. Maybe floor 3 today, if I'm very efficient. Whoops. Let's do again. No, yeah, playing this map really puts things into perspective as well. Like, everything is so failable. You need to be very precise in every part of the map. Like, everything kind of makes sense, but then it's like, okay, well, I didn't account for this thing actually being possible. So then you fail in a new way. Oh, whoops. I need actually quite a bit of speed for that. I'm playing keyboard. Will you cast your best run later today? I suppose I am, you know, live casting. We'll see. When I get to a PB, I can do some mega casting. Oh. Koopas might actually finish the map. Floor 12? I don't know if I've seen... Okay, I'm actually gonna be really surprised if Koopas makes it to floor 13, because I don't think that floor is fully figured out yet. So it would be actually very strange. Okay, what kind of a line do I take for this? Just... Okay, I'm entering it too late now. I need to build muscle memory for all of this. No, I think I dropped the gear as well. Can't help. I think I also have a weird angle now. There we go. He can just do the usual strats on 13, I guess, if there are such things as usual strats on 13. Okay, I actually need more speed for that. Alright, I need to... I need to line up for that a little bit more. Maybe go around the other direction? Oh, Kuba's falling. Kubas is not allowed to finish the map, no. What kind of a landing is this? Okay, at least it flipped. That is a weird jump. Why is Kubas not allowed? Because Kubas has playtested it before the event. Oh, okay. Need to go slower there. New PB. We'll get there. It's really just, you know, learning everything. Learning everything in this kind of way. Okay, I need to jump way more to the left there. Like, you know, I just learned that 1, I can turtle on the ice, and 2, it's possible to go too fast onto the plastic, which, you know, feels obvious at this point, but hard to take everything into account. Okay, it's so much easier to chain this part, honestly. Teki is already at 21 out of 50. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I do still think, by the way, that Shmaniel might have a chance to catch up to the podium if he wants to grind for it. Okay, this is so hard to... so hard to actually get a good lineup for. Oh, now I'm going too high. Okay, okay, okay. We'll get the strat. So jump like here. Oh, I need to slow down a lot as well. Okay, learning new things. This is really the experience, right? You make a mistake, you fall, and you start over. The difference is that if you have to do that from floor 11, then it's a little bit of a journey back there. If I fail 10 seconds into the run, then not a huge problem. Ah, still a bit too late. Maybe I can line up with the light on the ground, like just try to follow it. Yeah, I guess that can work. I did finish Shallow Dip 2 days ago. Virtual out SP Villa in coincidence. I don't know if I'm playing in the competition. In fact, I'm probably ineligible to compete for the caster role. Yeah, I did hear there's some hidden car gates, but I haven't actually seen them. What kind of a jump is this? I think I'm supposed to do it more like straight. Have you ever seen Virtual and SBVLA in the same place? We have been, and there's like actually photo proof. So how much speed do I actually take? This one? Okay, that worked. Oh. Let's use some action keys to get the direct line. Oh, whoops. Earlier air brake. Okay. It's kind of tough to get the feel for as well. PB, let's go. Almost there. The green timer might be a little bit misleading. That was still a little bit late, but I think now I understand. You can understand what to do. Something like that. Okay. You just want to get consistent, right? Oh, okay. Let's redo this one. Getting a feel for the speed consistently on something like this, that's gonna also be a challenge. It's not like a difficult speed check though. I'm not yet at 370. Somewhere maybe around like, I don't know, 200 something. Okay, yeah. Kinda get how to do that part now. Jumping straight, not to the right. Might need a wheel display actually to make sure I'm not going with like ice wheels. Maybe gear display as well. There we go. PB. Okay, that'll do. Oh, there we go. All right, not the strategy necessarily, but hey, it works. I'll take it. I need a bit more speed, I guess. Then the ice slide. I'll just go for it. Why is everyone complaining about that? It's fine. Be fair, I play quite a bit of ice. No, honestly though, like I think that when you understand kind of like how to handle the second gear, it becomes a lot better. Hey, or two. Didn't take too long. Oh, that's too far. Okay. I knew the section from, you know, like, I know these parts. I know how they look, but still, you need to build that muscle memory, right? Isn't 244 is the magic number, right? We join the I don't know, tie between 5,000 people. What is it? Tied, like 600 place. And then this is, it's 240, what? Okay, there's some 0 meters in the middle, but okay. This is all the way down to 44. The magic number. It's like probably thousands of people. Where's the track? Oh, there. What jump is that? So, the way it works is that you have this jump that goes higher than almost any part of floor 2. I think the next part that goes higher is maybe this jump, potentially. But I think, like, safely it's gonna be this jump, right? Not even that jump, maybe. Maybe it's just the pipe here. So this is like the next highest point, and it's almost on floor 3 already. So there's like a lot of people struggling to get to floor 3. Oh, whoops. There's a hidden room under the map to get the rally car. There's some stuff. I'm not sure where exactly it would be. Near the start? Okay. Oh, is it here maybe? I don't know. Left from the start? Okay, so somewhere here. Ten blocks away? Oh, this one? Yeah, I see. Yeah, you can get the snow or the rally car. Not the desert car, unfortunately, because it wasn't out yet. Kinda cool. Haven't seen that. Oh, by the way, I need to chain this jump, right? So, GG. You can cheat others, but not yourself. Yeah. No PB farming, right? Honestly, I feel like... I understand that the height is like a big deal, but I feel like the height causes more confusion than anything else. Like, you know, we've constantly throughout this entire month needed to clarify, like, wait, actually, you know, this guy who's top 1 on the leaderboard is top 3 in progress. Because the floors are going kind of like, you know, up and down a lot. I wonder if it would be better to have like some section-based way to measure progress, rather than like height-based way. Of course, in a tower, like the height is like a big deal, and it is like a big moment getting to like 1,000 meters height, but maybe then the floors would have to be designed so that you kind of, whenever you clear a section, you also get a new height PB. Which might make the floor design a little bit more boring. You mean like checkpoints? Well, kind of, but not checkpoints. Height is a lot easier to measure, that's fair. I guess it might be like a sort of thing that can hype people up, like, oh, we're, you know, at 90% height, no matter what it really means, right? This line doesn't feel right, but let's take it. Okay, wait. Whoops, whoops, oh. I left my action key on. I was steering at 20% only. Glad I noticed. This looks a little bit better. We can do the spin strategy that others have done. See, knowing some of these these interesting strategies to avoid like landing upside down and such, it does definitely help for consistency. Just the like mechanical execution with some like simpler things that don't really require strats, that's kind of interesting that, you know, some things are just very difficult. That feels fine. Barely. It's kind of rough, you know? Can you check on Giuliano? Oh, actually, yeah, let me find a save spot. Oh no, Giuliano. Okay, well, we were too late, unfortunately. Yeah, thank you. I'll need to keep an eye on the others too. Giuliano and Sami both have made it to floor 11 now, I think. Doing really nicely. So here it's actually possible to get too much speed. I remember from like day 2. A little bit to the right. Yeah, that Social has 22. I'm actually not aware of who Social is. Let's try this again. Oh. Sideways. Oh. Okay, that was lucky. I had no idea where I was going. But we'll take it. I tried to turn sideways, but I guess, you know, it didn't do the right inputs. There we go. And then we get to turtle, and I'm really bad at turtling. Well, maybe. I guess the beams are the first thing. I don't really... Actually, I never paid attention to how they exit these beams. I've seen this done so many times. Okay, you definitely don't go in that fast. But I'm not sure what the exit is gonna be. Suppose we'll find out. How many hours do you think you have playing this game? About 5k. Can you tell? I'm really good. I wasn't watching my monitor in all fairness. Okay, whatever. Hey Romicron. I have just started, but I mean, so far so good. I feel like, you know, it's the same kind of experience as anyone else would have. Starts out fine, no issue. You're making progress a lot. But when the progression kind of stalls and ends, you know, that's when it gets difficult. Shmaniel on 11? Oh. I need more speed. Not anymore. Okay. I am trying to keep up with chat. It's difficult. For sure. Oh well. Okay. It is very difficult to play a map that you don't know and not look at your monitor. But when you're playing something that you're very familiar with, usually that goes a lot better. So like if I'm playing like a map that I've played for, you know, 30 hours or something, it definitely is so much easier to just like half look at the game while playing, because you know the inputs, right? You know where to go, the muscle memory is already there. And I think for like a lot of the top players, it kind of becomes like that as well. It's literally what practice is. Not necessarily. It really depends on what you're doing. This is a very Trackmania specific thing. Because in general in this game, you have a lot of breakpoints. You just need to find them. You have like these kinds of sections where you're pressing forward for like half a second and you know that nothing weird can happen. Oops. Not this point though. Weird things can happen. It's in everything. Okay, so just to reword this. Let me think about how to make it clear what I mean. You can divert your attention from the game at specific points in Trackmania. You cannot do this in every single game. It's not possible in some games that constantly require your attention. Like for example, there are some multiplayer games where you literally don't have time to take your eyes off the screen because something unexpected can happen. But when you have a section in Trackmania where you have like 2 seconds and you're driving forward and you know that you have the line, then you can just take that line, you can go forward and it's fine. Is that clearer? That is not possible in every game. That is not true at all. Makes sense now? I am glad. Whoops, again, I need to remember that I'm using an action key there. Limiting my steering. Making keyboard a little bit more accurate. It's very usual. We see Hazard do it a lot when lining up for some sections, for example. Cool. I'm not looking to snipe anyone at all. Whoops. Okay. Tricky line. Okay. Okay. Sniped you already. Okay, yeah, in the start, I can't look at. There is like a line, you know? You can take it then. Then you know that you can't really crash. I already finished Shallow Dip 2 days ago. This is my first time playing this map though. We're still keeping an eye on everyone else though. We haven't like abandoned the event itself. My main task is still documenting everything. Let's just try to redo that, change the section. So as soon as we have some players live, we can take a look at people, or when some people here get on good runs as well. I've seen the virtual video, yes. Okay, I need to get these lines. What I noticed already on the Shallow Dip is that I'm really bad at quarter pipe jumps. Hard to estimate the like position It's on the virtual TV channel, the video. Basically, what Virtual was saying is that he is not going to play in the event anymore. A couple reasons stated were that, you know, he has a responsibility for his editors to create other types of content. Because they can't just, you know, constantly make the same deep dive video over and over again, as progression kind of stalls. And also the exhaustion and the real life is catching up, so... Doesn't mean that Virtual will not finish the map. Probably will. But once the practice floors are out and, you know, the checkpoint version as well, probably. I'd imagine he will go back and finish it after the event, but yeah, not playing on the event itself. Do you plan on making some kind of documentary of the event? Tricky to say. I know that some people are already like working on some stuff like that. Oh. Is this savable? Never mind. Plastic is very slippery. Like, it would be cool to do, like, some comprehensive order of events type of thing, where I could maybe try to, like, just gather the different world records and PBs from every day. That could be something that I could do. Don't know if it's, like, a full-blown documentary though, but just like, you know, like a way to understand the history of the event. That could help a bunch of people who are making like documentaries. It's been such a big event that I imagine there's gonna be multiple people doing different kinds of, like, full videos of it. I'd imagine. There's a weird jump. Yeah, there's just so much, like, footage to go through. Oh, plastic. Already experiencing the plastic in the first hour of the grind. I totally... Did I get a slowdown? No, okay. There's a lot of, yeah, hundreds of hours of stuff to go through, even just to, like, understand the overall flow of the event, right? Stuck on floor 3 of Shallow Dip, it's kind of tough. Like, it's very weird, and what I found out also, like, even though it kind of functions as ice, the wet icy wheel plastic, the difference between ice and the wet icy wheel plastic is that you still have, like, the acceleration of plastic. Like, the car behaves very weird at low speeds, so it just feels wrong. It just feels really strange. And Yeah, I don't really know. I don't really know how to control the car there either. I feel like floor 3 might be something that actually gets quite a bit easier the better you get at it. I have 100 falls, but like most of them are just joining the server, I think. I don't think they are like real falls. Is this enough? Oh, I turned too much. Lost speed at the end. Oh. I feel like I had like 80 before today. I think every time you join the server you get like a fall. I'm not really sure how it works actually. Would be cool if major players would have saved every session as a replay they could share. That would be really cool, yeah. Unfortunately, like, I have some replays from these server sessions, but they are so low quality because of the spectating. Like, the tick rate is maybe 10, and it looks really wonky. Cars don't really look right. Okay, that was too much speed. Somehow really tricky to just understand this kind of a jump. It's not that hard, but it's easy to fail. Whoops. I have no intuition for what the speed requirement here is, and I've done it like a bunch of times now. But I do think this is enough. Yeah. I mean, I'm having more than enough speed. $190 to 200? Gotcha. Maybe I'll pay attention next time. I don't really want to go like too high on this ice. It gets increasingly difficult to land on the pipe. Getting like a very clean landing there would be nice, but maybe I'll take it a little bit safer. Maybe that's for the best. It's nice that this platform is right below though. It's kind of like here's the thing. When you know that you can do something and you have the setup, it's hard to tell yourself not to do it, right? I feel like this is maybe how Elcon also feels when Elcon has like the perfect setup to do some optimization. You just want to do it. You don't want to like give up on that kind of an optimization. Just because you know, want to play safe, right? One-shot floor 16? I'm not even one-shotting floor 0 right now. Okay. I'll remember to reset my action key this time. Looks decent. I haven't finished Deep Bit 1. Maybe I'll go back into it, but I did play that a bunch. Got like semi-far. But yeah, I mean only 13 people ever finished that map. Never played the checkpoint version though. That one I could probably do. Okay. Where am I? Oh. The ice light doesn't feel like that bad, but it is pretty rough if you fail it. Like, you know, it's never gonna be a recovery, basically. Seems. Not that hard besides ice slide. The ice slide feels fine. But I do play ice a bunch, so... Of course, depends on your skill set. For me, I think it's okay. I'm struggling more with the quarter pipe stuff, honestly. Do you think at this point they should release a version with one checkpoint at like floor 8? No. The problem is that then people will just leave their game on to try from floor 8 again the next day, once they're done with their session. I feel like it would become really weird. You would just split the map in two, basically. You do the first half and then you retry the second half until you get it. I think it's fine, you know? I mean, Lars, Bren, Elcon, Hazard are still close. I do believe the event is still, like, close to ending. Overall. Or at least we're close to having our first finisher. I mean, the difficulty talk, to be fair, has been going on for a while. I don't think this is a new development. It's just maybe, you know, Virtual's announcement to not play the event anymore does add up to it, I guess. But I mean, people were already talking after 1 week that the map might be too hard, right? You bet Friday? I think it might be sooner, but I mean, it's hard to say. It could have already happened in the weekend and it didn't. This seems slow. Okay, it was fine. Had to kind of release the ice light there. Who gave up? Virtual. Not on the map, but on the event. We'll get back into the map once the event is done and there's practice floors. No, yeah, I feel like Virtual's reasoning was completely reasonable. Made sense. Don't think he gave up. I mean... Stopped playing in the event, I guess. Oh, okay. I tried to bug slide save that, but it didn't go well. Need to... Maybe I'm having too much speed there. Maybe I can be a little bit slower. Could try to line it up a little bit more carefully. Default movement? Hey, we're like 1 minute into the map. Maybe it's not worth it. Okay, that air brake apparently not super great. If you land flat on water, you can bounce like that. So usually you would want to land front wheels first. Would you consider making your own room and playing with viewers? I mean, I guess we could if you guys want to. At the same time, I suppose, like, being on the streamer server does make it so that I can also catch if, you know, Tommy or Have get on a PB run, which is nice. Maybe we can do that later, yeah? Virtual might not really have competed for the podium anyway, yeah. Like, I thought it would be possible still. Wow, I'm so fast. Like, I was kind of saying that anyone from the top 7, which was Bren, Elcon, Lars, Hazard, Virtual, Scrappy, Schmanil could end up on the podium. That was kind of my prediction, but it would have been a tall order. Like, it would have required that full grind, right? That's kind of the issue. Dude, plastic is so responsive, it's ridiculous. So much harder to get these kind of small recoveries. Is that a good line? Maybe. Elcon is gonna play tomorrow. Has been a little bit sick, apparently. This one we will redo. Need to get a pretty good ice light still. Air brake. There we go. These small gaps are kind of scary, honestly. The camera angles, yeah, they can be a bit tough, especially if you're new to use the game. This kind of a map basically requires like camera changing, like what I'm doing here, to help you kind of line up for different obstacles. Is this too far? Should be fine, right? So yeah, you can switch between the cameras to kind of reset the angle. If it turns backwards like this, then you can click 2 or 3 on the numpad to reset it. It's what I do a bunch. Yo, Tato. No, it's still pretty chill. Okay, let me do this a little bit more carefully this time. Can I just go from here? Yeah, plenty of speed. Okay, and then a little bit slower into this. Moth Podiatrist, thank you so much for the 3-month tier 1. Very much appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. That is a surprisingly difficult jump here. Oh. I feel like I'm probably in trouble. Well. Okay, I'm probably still in trouble. That is where everyone is tied at 244. The reason is that the exit from floor 1 goes higher than the first half of floor 2. Where did you get again, Tato? What's your PB? Floor 4, dirt trick? Oh. This is definitely not a good speed, but okay. Yours is messy jump? That seems, yeah, pretty rough as well. The dirt wall can be pretty weird. Welcome, Ricardo. It puts things into perspective. Even knowing all the struts doesn't help that much. Helps a little bit. On some tricks it probably helps a lot. Like knowing what inputs ended up working for some sections. The messy jump is the this one. The red turbos and you score a goal, yeah? I finished Shallow Dip on Saturday. So I have a little bit of intuition for these kinds of tricks as well. From there, because they're similar tricks, right? All jumps are messy jumps. Yeah, that's how I feel as well. The ice slide is pretty, like, speed checked. You do need, like, a good ice slide, but you don't need to, like, max it out. I feel like I'm not exiting it at the same point every single time. How you control ice slides is you can brake tap to make them tighter, and you can release acceleration to exit the ice slide. Takes practice for sure. But once you get a feel for it, it is very sort of intuitive. For us 1,000 ice players, it's a big skill check, for sure, yeah. Like, for me to even get, like, basic ice technique down took probably a couple 100 hours. What is camera 7? It's when you click on numpad 7, it's a free camera that you can move around like this. And you can look around the map. Do I need to go even slower then? Oh, kind of a GPS. Suppose I'll just try to go very slow. Yeah. Oh, okay. Do I know which inputs to click? Hey, there we go. Turtling is like my worst skill set in this game. But I got it first try. So then I guess you somehow line up somewhere. Having these kinds of exact lineups is gonna be tough. There's a trick that some khaki players use, which is to go in this camera and then use the free camera. It goes like this. And then you go forward, and you can see what your line will be. And this can be really useful. So I think that's what I'm gonna try to do here as well. So do this, and then... I think I can't really do like a straight line though, can I? I feel like I need to do a small turn at the end. Equal to your PB. I got a bit of a lucky turtle, though. What did I... Oh yeah, the Cam 7 thing is disabled. Yeah, okay. Maybe this works? I don't know. Let's try it. I'll just go. There's like the worst recovery ever here, right? I think I've seen someone do this, but it looks pretty bad. Yeah. One of the recoveries. Hey, at least I'm here. Bren said the tower is too easy. Oh, interesting. Well. Maybe the mappers will hear that. Free practice. Yeah, I think some people have done that from what I've seen as well. And it looks possible, but it's landing on plastic as well. Okay, that was a slide out. Unfortunate. Well, I'm already on the, you know, first third of floor 2 though. It's not too bad. So those slide outs happen when you lose or gain a gear. That is definitely losing it. I did manage to get a slide out, yes. And that is a big problem in that section. Sometimes it's hard, but I think on like gear 2 on this kind of a weird shape seems fairly doable to get a slide out. Virtual video makes me kind of really happy for DD2. Like, it really is that hard on exhausting, but we're lucky to have these few people who still welcome the challenge. Yeah, I think so too. Like, I do think there will be 3 people finishing fairly soon. I think there's enough players that are motivated right now to still go through with it. Hazard floor 14 off stream. Okay. Hazard just also talked about some frustration with the map recently. But it's good to see that, you know, like what I also said yesterday, you know, Hazard was pretty frustrated at something, was kind of talking about like if it's actually worth it to grind the map. But what I was saying is that, you know, when you have these kind of sessions, it is very emotional, understandably so as well. And it might just be on that session, you know? It might just be you feel frustrated, but then the next day you're like, okay, well, I actually have more motivation now. So maybe that's what it is. It is I think, a good idea to try this map if you have the game. Specifically this map. Like, even if you don't get very far, I think it does put things into perspective. Remembering that, you know, the players need to do this every single day, and every single floor, on every single run. Lars is looking really, really good mentally right now. It's hard to make those kinds of judgments, really, because you can't really tell what someone else is thinking, just based on, like, their stream appearance, so I try not to do it too much. But I feel like Lars, overall, like, still fairly positive, overall. Okay, that's not going to work. Bren as well, like, seems to not lack any motivation. Lost a few tilt sessions. Yeah, I feel like everyone has, you know. But, like, right now, it seems like Lars and Bren both are very motivated to try to win. I feel like Elcon too. Elcon... Oh, okay, that's gonna be a redo. Honestly, like, Elcon not streaming, obviously, kinda makes it hard to tell what, you know, is really happening, right? Maybe Elcon breaks the keyboard every day and buys a new one, I don't know. But just based on, like, the chat stuff, Elcon, you know, a lot of, like, XDDs and stuff, instead of, you know, like, very frustrated, sort of, messages, it seems. No way, this is enough, but I'll try it. Okay, it wasn't enough. At least I'm getting a feel for how much speed is actually needed, like how well you need to do that. Hello, Nils. No world records, no improvements. It's been a quiet day. IPB, does that count? Maybe less interesting. Less interesting than someone clearing like a floor 16 section. How are we getting some good runs going today? We'll see. Maybe Havik can get to floor 11 as well. Oh yeah, and Sammy PB'd. By a little bit. More impressive than any of the top climbers. Thank you, but I would urge you to reconsider. Shmaniel as well. Really interesting to see how Shmaniel can get to the floor 16 as well. Has Shmaniel made it to... Whoops. Floor 15 yet? What was the PB again? Number 1 in your hearts. Well, thank you. Watch me choke this now. So what I talked about gears, like I've been talking about it a bunch. So what you need to do on that plastic thing, the way I'm doing it, getting the speed, seems pretty consistent. You need to straighten the car every time you get the gear shift, and you get the second gear and third gear on that plastic. So it's not just like turning into the downhill, because it's plastic, it's slippery, and you can get slowdowns if you get the gears bad. So it's a little bit of a tricky thing to do consistently. Virtual made a video today saying that Virtual is giving up on the event. So we're not gonna play the map until the practice floors are out after the event. Whoops. Yeah, that's terrible. That was a risky redo. I maybe wouldn't do that again. If I could choose. I would have just gone, like, you know, to the other side and... Because you can... If you know how ice works, if you get, like, a small slowdown and you know that you're in a risk of getting a gear down, you can save it by having, like, a wider angle in the ice slide. Then you don't slide out. Generally, you only slide out if you have... What way do I steer? It's so weird. That's a weird kind of a turnaround to do. I don't really have a feel for that kind of thing. Completely lost the idea of what inputs to press. But yeah, if you're like less than 90 degrees in the ice slide, you will not slide out. In Virtual's perspective, he has more than just being good in Trackmania. Yeah, but I mean, I think Virtual at the same time is probably a little bit disappointed in himself because he's a competitor, right? Virtual is like has like this grind mindset. Oh, that took way too long to grip back. Okay. So I do feel like this was a hard decision for Virtual. It's not just like, okay, well, I'm not gonna play the map anymore. It's really just like, you've put into so much time into this, and you're kind of like close, and you need to make the decision of what's like best for your health and, you know, for your real life as well. Is this possible? No. Okay. Very good. I did ask for permission to stream my own runs. Yes. No worries about that. And yeah, there's a lot of pressure on, like, also essentially having, like, a lot of new people who never heard of Trackmania. And you are kind of there. You know, how many viewers did Virtual generally have? Tens of thousands, right? 30k sometimes, I think. So, like, that puts a lot of pressure onto you to kind of keep those people sort of up to date and understand the game and try to explain some things to make people more engaged and stuff like this. And in general, you know, like, just entertain. But, you know, when you're casting, it's very easy. That's all you do. But when you also need to, like, play and think about so many things at the same time, it's a lot. Over 40k viewers is the record, Twitch and YouTube combined. God damn. No real progress in the last few days. I mean, in the last few days, sure. Bren has made it to the practice wall right on floor 16. About halfway through the floor. But especially today has been pretty quiet. This line sucks, but I think it will work. Okay, it didn't. Maybe I should just not go for lines that don't seem good. That would be an idea. I'll be more patient. You think the players might be trying too hard? I mean, kinda. Too hard? I don't really know. Because, like, a lot of the pressure is not just the map. If the map was released and people were just trying to complete it as, like, a personal challenge, I feel like people would also be a little bit sort of more relaxed playing it. Because they could take, like, a week off, do something else, and then get back if they felt like it, right? But now you have this timer, because it's an event with a competition. You are, you know, trying to complete the map first, and that means that every time you take a day off, you're gonna feel like, oh, am I now allowing someone else to catch up to me? And that adds so much more pressure. Hi, Red. Oh, that's a terrible line. Okay, okay. I'll stop chaining that. I'll stop chaining that for now. Well, I need to respect the dip. I did it fine a few times, but maybe I'll just stop throwing runs on it. Yeah, I don't know, Red. Weird. I don't think the last jump will be like a super speed check. Like, it's gonna be hard, but I don't think it's going to be as hard as some people expect it to be. It will be like a tricky jump, you need to get the right speed, but it's not gonna be maxed. There's also, like, pressure of sleeping right now, which is kind of bad, you know? Like, not only are you gonna be under pressure, but you will also not get rest that you absolutely need for something like this. But I think, at the same time, our top players kind of understand that some shorter sessions are going to be a little bit more efficient right now than doing like 12-hour-a-day sessions. Oh. So in that sense, it looks fine. Bren is about 4 sections ahead of Lars or so. Watching him makes me want to give it a try myself, but I can't turtle at all. Honestly, turtling is not so hard to pick up, like, the basics of. You would be able to do it. It takes, like, you know, a little bit. You sort of need to purposefully try to understand what it is and how the inputs affect the car. But once you do pick it up, it's not too bad. Yeah, of course, Zero. No problem. Kinda already failed my one-shot, though. It is scary to fail this. So, oh god, the grip. As I said, okay. I've learned something on this run. Oh, works. Wait. Oh, I still have. Wait, I got wet wheels. Wait, hold on. Okay, I need the wheel display. I got wet wheels from hitting my head onto the pool. I hit my head here. Did I actually land on the pool? At some point? I must have. Surely wasn't the head only. Okay, let me have the wheel display maybe. Small one. I'll do. Maybe my wheels touched and I just didn't pay attention. Braking with wet wheels is not gonna happen. How do you feel about virtual quitting Div 2? Understandable. Can't blame him. Yo, J-Nick. I played Shallow Dip, but I haven't played any of the floors yet. This is a fresh look into the full map. Wasn't too hard reaching floor 2, but there it gets kind of tricky. Yeah, fair enough, Red. I think this is fine, though. I also, like, never play RPG maps, so I probably have a lot of sort of slow movements that I don't know how to do. Why is this so hard to climb? Thank you, J-Nick. Yeah, I'll see how it goes. Oops. Do you know why Bren can air brake with the wet wheels in the second training section of floor 16? Because wet wheels only disable air brakes when you leave water for about 2 seconds. Alright, let's see, Jadic. What's your PB? Thank you, John. Just under floor 3? Gotcha. I'll see what I can do. Oh. keep forgetting the action key. How many hours have you put into this? The map? Like 1 hour playing it. But I've watched it for well over 200. Rip, thank you. Just holding break there and hoping for the best. Thank you, Nemer. Okay, so I'm not gonna try to full send isolate this anymore. I'll probably play the... I don't know if I'm gonna play the practice maps yet, but probably eventually. That is bad isolate. Can never get the isolate. It's kind of tough. On this version you need to get it, I think. No other way. But in the shallow dip version, you don't need to. Whoops. Okay. Oh, okay. Tough. Might have fallen to the platform below, but... I'll need to keep the isolate going all the way, because what happened there is I kinda lost the grip, like when I started falling down. I lost the grip, and then I would have needed to brake tap to start another isolate. But I didn't early enough, so the car fell more. I've seen the floor 8 water guard. Might be a water guard shred on the full map eventually. It is the Hugo water guard, yes. Yeah, the isolate skip is on shallow dip only. In this version, it's forced. So you have to do the isolate. That's why it's such a big choke point. It is so weird to do ice backwards. That is something you don't usually do. So by skipping the isolate, what I mean is that you don't need to do the isolate. You can line up, like press forward. Hazard floor 15, off stream. I guess. Was off stream before at least. Keep me updated. Oh, whoops. Much. So the floor 8 skip, I can just... I'll show it in a little bit. We can check like some of the records in general. Streaming on alt. We were kind of thinking about that as well, like could it be that the some of the players are streaming on like, I don't know, Facebook Live on some random account. No, that would be full hiding strats. TikTok. It would be so strange, though, to just suddenly see that someone finished the run and then we find out that it was streamed on, like, some completely random website. How is this so difficult? Here we go. I could just go earlier and jump into it like that. Whoops. Try again. I don't know if there were any rules about like where you need to stream it. I suppose it needs to be a public stream. That would kind of make sense, right? So you can't just like stream it to your friend on Discord. Yeah, not like a Skype group chat screen share, right? Hazard falling. Okay. I do kind of understand why they don't want to stream every session still. I think it's just, you know, less pressure, and they want to have this, like, sort of like a warm-up session to kind of, like, just play the game. It kind of makes sense to me, but at the same time, I guess it's a little bit risky for Bren and Lars, especially. Like, Bren was doing it as well. I think yesterday Bren was getting to like floor 15 or 16 off stream, which is kind of surprising. Yeah, I don't know if you get your run televised somehow. Oh, whoops. That was not a good landing. Oh. Wait, is there actually a setup to skip the ice slide here as well? That is a terrible link. I mean, you can try that on the practice floor, right? Oh. Bouncing? Okay, there we go. Nice. Maybe Bob Parker is preparing for like a fully televised Times Square live showcase speedrun of this map. Absolutely not gonna work. Can I slow down? Elevated. Why is caster not casting his climb? Well, you know. Floor 1, who cares? There's the setup. Getting the second gear. There it is, setting up for the ice slide, keeping the gear, some brake taps, small release early enough. It's not quite the line, trying to save it, and manages to do so. Back we go. Carefully around the ice. Not really carefully. Risking it all, but it works. Round 3. Second gear again, happens early enough, small touch on the wall, a couple releases to correct the line though, is it enough? Early air brake, barely lands it, controls the car. And now into the bobsleigh. And the quarter pipe. A little bit of speed. Can be too fast here. Seen people fly over this before. Slightly to the right. Do not miss the pool. Looks to work. PB is on the I don't know what it's called. One of the jumps. Soon. Oh. Okay. Dude, I hate these small plastic corrections. It's so slippery. What do I even do here? Wait for the car to move against the thing. Get the front wheel, left front wheel, I think first. Oh. It's so difficult to do those. Like, the acceleration from 0 speed is just so fast on plastic. It's savable, but it's so much easier to do on road than plastic. Oh no, can I caster curse myself? Actually pretty good, cool to hear what you're thinking about. Yeah, sure. I mean, I try to explain it. Was it 300 out of 30k players that made it to floor 3? Yeah. I think something like that, yes. Maybe even less, potentially. I'm currently tied with thousands of people on the 244 height. That is the height you get from the last thing on floor 1. Hey, good luck, Nut. And good night. Yeah, I mean, even if you don't have the game, I feel like the numbers put things into perspective, right? If you reach floor 3 out of 16, you're in top 1%. Honestly though, I'm already starting to feel pretty good about, like, this floor. You do pick up the muscle memory fairly quickly. It's just that, you know, when you get to the higher floors, then you just never actually get to build up that muscle memory. That's really the problem. So, like, floor 1, it's all fine, no issue. You get runs all the time. Barely landing. Oh. I don't think we're waiting for a default moment there. Kinetics. Any explanation turtling? Sure. Like a road area somewhere. On the other side, I guess. Are there any turtles set up? Here? But it's on the penalty grass. I'll try it. Maybe with high enough speed. I mean, yeah, floor 8 practice map, sure. But I can, like, quickly go. Where should I go? Do I follow the outside? Just reach floor 8. I mean, floor 2 already has, turtling, right? So, the basic thing about turtling is that it's very difficult on some surfaces. On the tarmac surface, it's gonna be a lot easier than others in general. So, where does the road part begin? Here? Okay, there. Oh, actually here. Oh, that's a turtle setup. So basically the thing is that, if I'm thinking of it right, it's easier to do than to show. But like, when the left side wheels are high up, you would press to the left. You kind of press to bring the side, the other side's wheels to go down. So like here, I'm pressing right, left, right, left, right. And then if I need to turn, then I just, you know, kind of keep pressing right. And you can mostly press like forward as well. But like this is the basic sort of idea. You don't need to like constantly tap things. You can just like lightly kind of tap them and mostly press forward. Oh, this is a troublesome situation now. Okay, works. So that's like the basic of it is just like when the like left side wheels are up, like from your perspective, left side wheels are up, then you press left. Or as they are going down. It's seriously one of my weakest techniques, so it's hard to like for me to say it exactly. No, I'm not that good at turtling, no. I know the bare minimum. Okay, that was interesting. But yeah, kind of pressing to bring the wheels down. If you do it too early, like don't do it as the wheels are still going up, because then you're countering it. So as the wheels reach like the top part, then you can like press down, and then do it on the other side as well. So like the biggest mistake you can do while turtling is to counter the actual like swing that you need. Like a pendulum. Thank you, Martins, for the prime. But yeah, like, floor 8 would be really tough for me, because I don't really have, like, a good control to do, like, straight lines when turtling. That is a really, really difficult thing to do. Oh, whoops. Is the steering to turn inversed? So if you want to turn to the left from your perspective, you press to the right. So in that sense, yes. Yeah, it's like, the problem with turtling is as well that if you practice it on a map like this, like if, you know, something goes wrong and then you need to turtle really quickly, you're most likely going to panic and press the wrong keys at the wrong time. Whoops, come on now. And that will, yeah, just make it die even faster. A lot of the time it's better, like always, it's better to press just forward than to press the wrong keys. Timing is pretty important. Okay, this jump is too hard for me. I started playing myself, yeah. I feel like the last few days have been a little bit slow, and you know, we also have some players playing not only off the server, which is completely fine, of course, I completely understand that, but they're also playing off stream. So like, a lot of what we do these last few days is just waiting for people to get runs going, so... Which, you know, they will need some rest and some days off as well, but feels like a good time in that sense to try out the map myself. See how far I can go. I feel like reaching floor 6 eventually would be a pretty good goal. What would you say are your strengths in the game? I feel like I have a pretty general skill set overall. I don't think I've mastered like anything, but I know a little bit about like everything. That's tough. And then I do know like a lot of specifics just through mapping. So you know, when you need to build a backwards map, you need to know exactly how it works. You need to understand the differences between speed slides on tarmac, on grass, on plastic. So I do understand those kinds of elements pretty well. I guess like the theoretical understanding of the game is probably my biggest strength. That just comes from mapping. Right now we're mostly waiting not only for Bren and Lars, but also for Elcon, who should be back playing tomorrow apparently. Has been a little bit sick. What's your favorite map style to play? I really like NASCAR, but I kind of have my own take on NASCAR. A lot of the time people think that NASCAR is kind of like very flat maps. In Trackmania, you know, multi-laps and maybe not really that exciting for everyone. But I kind of try to add some transitions and, you know, skip the multi-lap aspect sometimes and, you know, do something kind of new. But yeah, I try not to claim that it's NASCAR because there's like a big divide between people who do really appreciate the old school aspects of it and then, you know, me who doesn't really care too much. This is too far sideways? Okay, still works. Those are pretty weird. Someone linked the PF setup to avoid the ice light, yeah, and apparently it works on this version too. I thought it was only the shallow dip version. Plastic. Hey, I'm here though. I honestly don't even know what I did wrong. Honestly don't know what I should do there. Don't be sorry, Tidacolo. Can't be sorry. It wasn't your fault why I failed, and even if I did get distracted and I failed because of it, it's my fault. Not yours. I kinda like the ice light in a way. I like ice lights. Maybe I would change my mind after, you know, playing this map for a couple 100 hours. The ice light so far doesn't feel so bad though. I mean, well, you do need to isolate on this map, even if you can skip this one isolate, right? Because floor 10 still exists and floor 15 also has some ice. The isolate is kind of cool, yeah. That's fun. That is a very awkward entry, sure. Would the turtle parts of the tower even be possible if someone tried to use snow or rally cars? No. Well, I don't know, maybe the snow car would be able to do some other kind of a climb? I'm not really sure. But like, you can't turtle with any other car. Not your fault, Cinda. Don't overthink it. I do understand it though. I feel like you can actually afford to adjust this ice light a bunch as well. Like, I'm doing a lot of small releases and break tips. Like, it feels okay. But I guess you need to be used to those to not slide out. Like, they need to be really, really fast. Oh god. How is this harder? Than the actual ice light. Yeah, it's the last floor for Bren and Lars. Elcon very close, Hazard also very close to that floor, but Bren about halfway through floor 16. Okay, that wasn't great. Ice turtle, probably another thing. Yeah, the problem is keeping gear 2, and, you know, that really comes from the fact that you can't really afford to do big releases there, because as you release acceleration, now you are risking the slide out. So you need to do super, super fast releases, and you can still do them at the wrong times. So the gear is just very, very sort of punishing. And just in general, like, ice slide outs are one of the most frustrating ways to fail in the game. And I've actually, like, talked a lot about the fact that whenever you have, like, an ice map, it's really understandable that people don't really enjoy it, because small mistakes get so much more punished than on, like, a dirt map, for example. On a dirt map, you mess up a gear, who cares? It's like 0.3 seconds lost. On an ice map, it's like 5 seconds lost, then you need to respawn, right? You slide off the map. So that's just like... It doesn't really make it much more engaging to learn. We are driving, Nisibone. I don't feel like... stuck is not maybe the right word. It's really just like... lacking the attempts on the new sections. That is really what's happening with Lars and Bren right now. They just need more time, basically. Can't get the full spin somehow. I wonder if there's a... if I just need to turn more, maybe. Yeah, ice is also very much, like, unintuitive. Might slide out here. No? Got the gear shift pretty late. Okay, still worked. Still worked. Okay, can I maybe get through this part too? Thank you. Top of the server. Not for long, I think. But it takes Villa 66 hours to beat the map after observing it for a month. I feel like it might take me 66 hours to get to, like, floor 5. Oh, that was almost too fast. Top 3 and bottom 3 tricks on the map. I don't really know about the bottom 3. Okay, I need to think. Whoops, that was a bit slow. Oh, this should be savable. Yeah. I really like the ice spin on floor 10. I think the turbo tunnel on floor 7, as, you know, wonky as it is, it's such a cool idea. Oh. I'm on the wrong side, kinda. Well, let's see. Oh, that was too... Okay, it still worked. That was too early. Right. Pretty lucky. Pretty lucky. Yeah, there's so many cool tricks, though. I guess the most memorable ones have to be, like, the ice spin. And, I think the turbo tunnel as well. And I guess we'll see. I predict that the dirt wall ride on floor 16 will also be kind of wild eventually. I'm just gonna try this, I guess. It's not gonna be the line here, but I feel like I can't get like a straight line, like a press forward line. I think I need to do a small turn at the end, but yeah, we'll just try. Did land. PB. Was a bit shaky, but... And then just max speed, late turn. Let me test this out a little bit. Yeah, you have such little space to work with. This might take a couple attempts too. Yeah, that's a bit too far to the side. It's so much easier on the shallow dip, even though I think the jump is the same, right? It's so much easier there because you just have more space to get the correct line. Here you need to kind of like force it just next to the walls. The floor 11, the like plastic punch thing, or the plastic half loop also, or half pipe, whatever. Same difficulty? I really don't think so. Also, yeah, the high jump on floor 11, just for the sake of the difficulty, is very memorable. Did you say you would only play DD2 when it was finished? I did, but I feel like at this point the top players kind of slowed down to the point where it makes more sense just to, you know, start giving it a go right now. And we can then, you know, check in on the top players once they are playing. Because right now, like, Hazard is also not playing on stream, so we can't really follow that at all. I did finish Shallow Dip 2 days ago. Shmaniel in floor 10? Okay, okay. I actually haven't asked Shmaniel about restreaming. I need to check in on that. Lars' schedule is kind of wild right now, and Elcon as well. Oh. Need to make sure I'm lining this up correctly. Lars is doing like a lot of shorter sessions right now. Kind of throughout the day, it feels. Which might be a good call. Might be a pretty effective way. You know, like a big part of why things have slowed down is also the fact that everyone's kind of playing at different times, right? Oh, maybe that's gonna flip. Nice. I think I finished Shallow Dip in like 1.5 to 2 hours or something. I'm not really sure. I got like a 14-minute time at the end. I'll probably go back and try to improve it eventually. Everyone for sure is tired. I feel like everyone's kind of like looking forward to just having this event. end, you know? The players, the organizers probably as well. It's a big commitment from them as well. Well, I don't know. Maybe some of the mappers are hoping that this goes on for 2 more months. Not the greatest line, but this actually might work. Yep. You'll beat it tonight? Nice. About time. Yeah, a lot of players are, you know, playing Kaki right now as well. We'll probably get back to this eventually, I would imagine. But I do feel maybe like floor 11 has kind of changed some people's minds about actually like going for this full grind. Oh, 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 oh. I'm going a little bit too fast still. Slightly. Bren can finish any day. Like, it can really happen any day. Opinion on this map being way too overcooked? I don't think it's way too overcooked. Whether it's like slightly overcooked, it's hard to say. I feel like most of the issue comes from like some inconsistencies on some of the tricks. So, you know, like weird plastic bugs and weird landing bugs and stuff like this. I feel like that's probably most of anyone's problem. Is this enough speed? Yeah. And I mean, it's better that it's like slightly overcooked than like very undercooked. The thing is that, like, a lot of people are already talking about, like, Deep Dip 3. And I really feel that this is the ultimate tower at this point. I don't really know if the whatever the next project is should be, like, just another tower. I feel like this is, like, the ultimate survival challenge for anyone in the world. I mean, sure, you can just create like a new sort of cool map, but I don't think it's really going to be able to compete with this. Either way, like, the map has been insane. Not a good line. Better. Oh, oops. Yeah, if there's like enough time between DD2 and DD3, then maybe it's gonna work. Oh, nice. 6 to 6 years from now. Deep Dip 3 with 30 floors is released. Shmaniel on 13? Okay. I'll need to ask if Shmaniel is okay with me restreaming. They haven't? What am I doing? Just ice. It's fine. So Shmaniel is streaming, right? He's streaming, yes. Okay, I'll message Shmanil on Discord and hopefully Shmanil sees it at some point. 113. Oh, going for the Elcon skip. Gets the Elcon skip on 13. So we can take a look at that. I'll send a message right now. I don't want to do it without permission. It's really cool that Shmanil is getting some attention these runs, though. Okay, there's the question. Just turtle. Okay, gotcha. Well, I'll check if we get the... Oh. Shmanil is okay. Okay, well, alright, there we go then. Thank you. Alright, well, we can then check in on Shmanil later as well. Thank you. Zizek. Shmanil cuts the Elcon cut a tiny bit, like the second window maybe? Could it be? There's no way this is gonna work. Oh. Scary. I'm still in the race, yeah. Not turtled yet. Okay, that was inverted steering. I'm scared. Like you keep falling down. Oh, this is a good way. That's nice. You sort of keep falling down, and then you get the inverted steering. It's need to kind of really think about it. Yeah, thank you, Ricardo. Thanks for asking. I'll also send a message, but we can check in when the run continues. I think this works. Oh, it's more than enough. Oh, it's too much. I did it too well. Hard to control. Do I just drop down from here? I guess to this side? It's actually much easier if you clip the landing there, because you slow down immediately. That's what usually happens as well. Oh. No, Shmanil is super good at the game and on the map as well. Started a little bit late on the map as well, but has completely caught up. The thing about Shmanil, we've talked a little bit here, and Shmanil has said that he's not really in on the competition. Meaning that he's looking to finish the map, but not getting any pressure from like getting on the podium or winning or whatever. And I think that can actually, ironically, that can be the factor that gets Shmanil onto the podium. I feel like it could be. Being able to, like, kind of ignore the pressure of the competition. Which, I mean, is it really gonna stay that way on, like, floor 16? That's the question, right? Hey. Okay, that was risky. We'll not do that again. Yeah, the event ends when top 3 finish. Do you think he can still win? No. I feel like sure, anything's possible, right? But I do think that our winner will come from the top 4. So it's gonna be Bren, Lars, Elcon, or Hazard. Which one of them? That's, I think, you know... Like, Bren obviously has the strongest chance. Has gotten the furthest. And seems to be the most consistent up to floor 16. But, like, is it possible that someone else gets, like, a god run and manages to finish the map? Yeah. But Schmaniel is not on floor 15 yet, as far as I know. So that's a bit too far, I think. Floor 15 seems to be something where you do need experience and practice to learn those tricks as well. We should remind you that the internet weighs upwards, not downwards. Oh. See, I've watched the players play, and usually they're going downwards, so I thought... That's good to know, though. What are the odds that I win? I feel like I wouldn't actually be eligible to win because I kind of, from the beginning of the event, I said that I would be casting. So no danger there, I think. So how do I even do this part? Clean. Okay, that was clean. I don't know what I did though. How much you have learned from the map, from just watching? So you learn, like, you know, specific, like, strats for some of the harder parts. I feel like, interestingly, the simpler parts are so much harder to pick up, because those never become, like, a point of discussion. Where, you know, there can be, like, a really simple thing where you need to, like, release very slightly, but I haven't seen it because everyone's kind of just doing it on these earlier floors especially. But the harder tricks, like, yeah, I understand, like, how to line up for them. I do remember all the setups for, like, the later tricks, but these early tricks I've kind of forgot, I guess. For the reason that... no one ever does the lineups anymore here. Like on day 1 and 2, sure. They did probably line up for this jump, for example, but not anymore. Everyone's just going. Everyone just goes, jumps, lands. Oh. I don't like this. It's like the smallest step will bring the car too far. Oh, that actually worked in my favor. Too close to the edge. I don't have space to go backwards here. I would rather turn like this and then try to turn around again. I think. It's gonna take forever, but you know. At least I have space to do it. It's easier to get the back wheels up than the front wheels up. Okay, there we go. And then one. Nice. Surprisingly, I'm not really struggling with this part too much. Like, it's a bit shaky. It's definitely not, like, clean. But it works fine. Even with my turtling skills. Let's try again. I'll do the same thing as before, so just kind of like getting some kind of a line so I don't miss the ramp entirely, but then doing a small left tap at the end. Seems okay. And this one. I still remember like day one, people were kind of struggling on this. I need to go really close to this middle wall, I think. That's the main thing. Very close here. There we go. Okay. QB. Where's the ramp again? There? Okay. That works. How many hours do you have in the game? Like 5k. I mostly built maps. Alright, let's see. Now the messy. So, let's do the action key 1. Reducing the steering percentage. Kind of trying to make sure I have some kind of lineup. This actually looks pretty decent, but I think it might fall off the edge still. Could do this trick. Okay, so this should stay on the beam, actually. So if I go straight forward, this is gonna be my line. This is a very useful trick, this free camera straight line. So I can do like a small left tap and right tap at the end, maybe? Let's see. Got to give it the first try, right? Oh? Hey! First try, let's go. That was pretty close. How many hours or years do you have in Trackmania? Like 5k. I used to play when I was a kid, but then I took like a 10-year break. So hard to say how much I gained from that experience. Mostly built maps then as well. Yeah, we are playing the map, trying out the map now, because it's a slow day. I still want to be here in case, you know, Lars gets online or Hazard gets online, so we can follow those. Shmaniel also doing some runs, but yeah, it's a bit of a slow pace right now. Oh, it's probably not gonna reach. Oh, well, got to give it a try. I guess maybe I need a bit more speed, actually. Turning a little bit later. Hey, but I did reach... actually... How long did it take? Like 2.5 hours to get out of the 244 club. Now we are... What is it? Somewhere here. Hey, top 480. Hey. Not bad, yeah? Hazard is playing but not streaming, yeah, so we can get the, you know, updates from that. But we can't watch anything. So I have permission to restream Hazard, Elcon, Lars, and Shmaniel now. Well. I think it was a good try on the last jump as well. Like, it was almost there. I think I learned a lot. And SP Villa. I have permission to restream SP Villa, true. Did you see Virtual quit now? Yes, I did. It is not a troll. No, there's no way. Can you check Hazard now? We can't. Because Hazard is not streaming and Hazard is not on the server, so unfortunately there's just no way to watch that run. I would love to, but yeah. It's not live anywhere. 1600 though, really? Maybe a floor 16 attempt? Yeah, doing privately today at least. Brent did the same thing yesterday, for example. I could hack the computer, but I don't know how, and I, you know, probably wouldn't want to do it even if I knew. So yeah, there's like a height live tracker, right? That's how people know that the run is going, but it's not possible to watch it through that. You can watch the numbers go up and down, but that's it. You're under Hazard's bet. Okay. Don't disturb him. On a good run. 1576? That could be a floor 15, floor 14 save, maybe? Oh, I didn't get the gear. GG. Okay, at least I made it to the other side. Okay, I need to be more careful. Need to keep the car moving forwards here so I don't get the inverted steering. That's something you don't really pick up by looking at others. Can't start falling down. Live cast the height tracker. Do you like numbers going up and down? Sure. But I like watching the car move also. Maybe a bit more. Why do the top runners not simply fall up? In Trackmania you have actual gravity changers that you can take to actually fall up. But I don't think they exist in this game. Interestingly, a lot of the Trackmania stuff was tried to like reverse engineer into this game as well, but unfortunately they never got the gravity changers to work. Yeah, I haven't played too much this month, totally. That is true. Usually I do. Yeah, maybe, you know, maybe the gravity changers... Dude, how does this work, this plastic? Maybe they would make the event a bit weird. Honestly, the plastic is much harder than the ice light. There are some Trackmania like puzzle maps where you need to take like sideways gravity to solve some checkpoint, and it's always like my brain can't handle it at all. It is super weird. I kind of wish that Trackmania has had the same blocks, because it can create super wicked maps. Like you could go into a wall ride, but then you just like stay on the wall ride. Then you just drive the map like normally from there. I've played Portal 2, yes. Hazard floor 15? Okay, I think it was a floor 14 save. So if we assume what happened is probably falling maybe from the plastic bones on the like first half into one of the pools or one of the sections below. You know, just by kind of like seeing the height, or hearing about the height, I can kind of assume what happened. Oh, come on. We want the height graph commentary? Thing is, I haven't memorized everything. We can't spectate Hazard, no, if he's not streaming. Like, could I ask Hazard to go live on like a Discord screen share? But I mean, you know, come on. I think if he's not streaming, then it's for a reason, right? Probably just wants to chill a bit. Tries to get some runs going offline. So, you know, would be cool to see, but also important for the players sometimes to have some time just kind of alone, no pressure of like being entertaining on the stream and such. $16.10, where would that be? Oh, 1657 is the dragon, no? 1657 I think is the dragon. I think so. So Hazard is on the dragon parts. Has made it up, presumably. So now getting to the rings next. 1637, that's probably the pool below. So then the rings. Yeah, it goes like a little bit lower after the dragon landing, so like then it should go up to around the same height again if Hazard like doesn't fall from them. It's so hard to like really predict though, right? 47, okay, climbing the rings. 41, okay. Still climbing. Sounds like. If it stabilizes, then probably gonna mean that he made it up to the ice slide. It's hard to say. It could already be on the ice slide, honestly. $157 again. That might be the... That might honestly be the... ring stun. It's so hard to line up for this. So there's a website where you can see the current height from anyone who's using the plugin. 1675, yeah. Okay, so Hazard is on the ice slide. Let's hope. Now, of course, that wouldn't be like a finished run. This is possible, right? Yeah. Come on now. There we go. Yeah, the ice slide before floor 16. So, tight PB again. I don't think there's any danger of Hazard actually finishing the map, but could get like a pretty good PB now that we have a lot of strats that are known. I think 1690 is gonna be the thing. If it falls down right now, then it means that Hazard made the landing onto the dirt, but didn't get the zoop, didn't get a clean landing. So if it falls down to like 1600 or something, then that's gonna be a recovery back to the beginning of the floor. Yeah, you have to stream your final finish run. This is always so shaky. I don't really know. Do I need more speed? Less speed? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if anyone has like full stats of who discovered new sections. I'll probably try to go through... Whoops. Land? Okay. Go through like some footage and try to figure out like, you know, how many different sections everyone like discovered themselves. Any updates on Hazard? Still at 1674. Could it be? Could it be that Hazard did land and now is watching the beam strats? Oof, could be. If it goes to 1690, that's gonna be floor 16. That's too far. Oh, wow, I'm lucky. Okay, careful now. Yeah, could be watching something too. Oh, it's the dirt before the ice slide. Okay, gotcha. Good to know. Yeah, as I said, I don't memorize every single one of these late ones. I still know a lot of them, but not all of them. All of these more recent ones. The virtual situation was completely understandable. Made a video about not playing in the event anymore. And it's like there's good reasons for it. Like for example, the fact that virtual has people working for him, like editors, video editors, and those editors are not having anything to do right now because of the deep grind, right? So like you kind of need to also care about that factor, and also like the like burnout and everything else. Like it's completely understandable. Oh, this is a bit shaky. Good land. Yeah. Virtual will finish the map eventually, I'm pretty sure. But gonna take some time. Once the practice floors are out, once the checkpoint version is out, that's gonna improve practice so much. Seemed fine though. Like, I think, you know, virtual is doing fine. It's just, you know, exhausting, and at some point you need to make the decision. ET Oreo, thanks so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so again, I'm switching to camera 3, and then I'm switching to camera 7, and this gives me like a line like this. So I can just go forward, and I can see where my car will end up if I just press forward. So here I would need to go a little bit left again, at the end of the beam. Maybe that's fine. Try this out. Hello, Grong. Chocopilze. Enigma. Grogger as well. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you guys here. Let's try this. Small left tap at the end of the beam, and then a right tap when I get to the plastic. Maybe? Oh, nice. 2 out of 2. But now this jump. So do I just need more speed, actually? I feel like I need a wider line and like a straighter jump. So last time I kind of went like inside to outside. That's gonna be a shorter distance than if I go like kind of outside and then I try to jump here. That's what I need to do. Yeah, totally. It does happen. It's very cursed. I don't know. I guess, you know, inverted steering is just what it is. Okay, that's not gonna work. I'm crashing, so I can slow down. Can retry this at least. I could probably go backwards over this turbo as well, but we'll just do the drift trick. That works. Lojepski, streamer had enough. It's more like, you know, Hazard is off stream, and, you know, that's completely fine, of course. And not many people are playing right now. So it kind of makes sense to maybe just try this out myself. Still a little bit too late with the turn. Hazard moving, but not much. 1650. Okay, let's see, I guess. Maybe recovery or something. Oh, hold on. 81, 62. What is... Huh? I have no idea what's going on. 81 to 62? I feel like half of you guys are not even watching the height tracker. You're just posting random numbers at this point. 66. Okay, okay. Sounds good. Oh, this feels pretty good. Slowing down. Nice. That was a good reaction as well. I knew I would hit the beam. I've seen that happen before. So a slight slowdown. That was pretty good. So then we have the beam. So beam, and then from the right side, jump, small bug slide, land. And then this thing. It's gonna be pretty tough. Let's try. It does help. Having seen like different ways that you can fail these, I feel helps more than knowing the right strats. Because you kind of understand what can happen if you have like a slight off angle somewhere. But you don't need to bug slide necessarily, but honestly, I would probably do it. Like just a small bug slide, I'm pretty comfortable with those. Famous last words, I know, but you know. Constant 1666. I'm not sure what that would be. It's hard to say. There we go. Okay. Maybe I just go. Yeah. And from here. Oh. A bit too high. Okay, it was a good try though. It was close. 13, 14. Also. Where did I get? I'm almost top 300 already. I'm almost in the top 1%. The pie height. Whoops. 1690 for Hazard? Oh shit. That is floor 16. Alright. It's kind of crazy how even just having this number was pretty hype. So, yeah, here it is. Here it is. 1690. That is floor 16. Super nice. So Hazard is not streaming, not on the server. But we know that Hazard has reached floor 16. This is the height. PB updated to 1702. Yes, because the final, I'll show. The final beam jump, that is even more confirmation. Goes a little bit higher. So here. This beam jump goes a little bit higher than the actual landing, right? So you reach the 1700 and then you land here 1690. So third player to reach floor 16 right now. That is super nice. And I think it's really big for Hazard that he actually gets the break tap. That is a huge moment, because he was struggling with that for a long time. So actually getting it one time, I think will give the confidence to keep those runs going. 1749 for the loop next. Yeah, this is where it's gonna be. This is where our spectating will end. This is where it ends, because floor 16 works like this. This is how the floor works. Unfortunately, it's gonna be really hard for us to follow now. So you get the PB height. PB height from here. This loop is the highest point of the floor for a very long time. Until you get to the dirt wall, right? So the PB height will essentially match Brennan and Lars in just a moment. Whether it works or not. And then jumping here... I mean, I guess you can kind of judge from the height, like, the height differences are so small, though. Like, this height is basically... I guess it's like, maybe like 5 meters higher. I don't know, maybe it's possible to see... Yeah, we are watching the current height. I'm just like, all of these sections are so close. Is it gonna be reliable? Maybe it is reliable. I guess there are like a little bit different heights. This is like 1 meter higher than this, maybe? It's like everything on this floor is so close. Like, you know, for example, then this platform is the same height, right? So these sections are hard to really tell apart. But I mean, okay, maybe like this is like 90... Is this 98? And then this is like 95, maybe? This is not... Is this a full block higher? I think it is, actually. Yeah. No, so this is 98, and then the next one is like 97. We'll see. We'll see, I suppose. Does Dip 3 need less height or less difficulty to be more accessible? I personally would honestly probably try to figure out a new concept entirely than like just a height-based tower. One idea that I had, that I haven't really thought fully, so it might have some problems. I was thinking about like a... Like, the basic concept is like a survival map, right? Survival map where you get a little bit further, and then you fail something, and then you start over. So I had this idea of doing it differently than climbing a tower. Maybe you could have like a speedrun based map, kind of like a Groundhog Day type thing, where you have like a very similar map in a sense, but it doesn't need to be a tower. No checkpoints, and then you have like a timer. And you make it into a custom game mode, which is possible, where once the timer is reached, your run will automatically reset. So your goal is to learn the map well enough, get all the tricks down, and then be able to speedrun it so that you're able to finish within the time limits. So you have, let's say, like a 30-minute time limit, and the map takes like quite a bit to actually learn. 45 now? Okay. 1745 is gonna be the loop. We'll see how that works. Whoops. So I feel like that could actually be a kind of a fun survival concept, where it's still gonna be a similar grind, right? Because you will get like, you know, 20% in, and then you run out of time, so then you start over. And then, you know, you get 30% in, then you start over. So it's gonna be a similar idea, but I feel like it's different enough to have its own sort of vibe. It could fall apart because of shortcuts, that's true, and there's like, you know, it's not a complete concept, but you could, you know, probably build like a very good map to support it. Speedrun is too fast as a spectator? No, but it would look similar to this map, you know? It doesn't mean that it would be like very different as like a gameplay experience. It doesn't mean that you are going like at 1,000 speed all the time. You could have like slower parts too that you just need to try to do very quickly, not get stuck on any section, right? So, you know, here like you would be encouraged to chain this jump even instead of trying to like redo the line and find the correct angle, right? Stuff like this. It could work on a checkpoint map too. Yeah, it's possible. Point. Plastic is great. I like the edit a lot, but you would need to actually validate it a lot to get a good feel for the time reset. That's true. It wouldn't be like a first to finish challenge. It would be something a little bit different, right? Hazard did not finish the map. That's not true. That's a bad line. Plastic is sometimes your friend, I will say. Oftentimes not, but sometimes it does have these wonky bounces that actually end up saving you. I would actually be really interested in like exploring this kind of a speedrun Groundhog Day concept a bit more. Could be really fun. Currently I have a lot of other things to worry about. I have my Endurance map that we're working on. Should probably try to finish that one before starting another map like that. Next month in July I'll build my own campaign as well. 25 maps. It's gonna be a lot of fun. It's gonna be similar to my last year's campaign too, but a little bit different. This is too far to the side. And then directly after this event, I wanted to build like shorter endurance map, like a 5-minute endurance map that's specifically designed to like include as many like surfaces and techniques as possible, and I want to make it like beginner friendly. Made the loop, you think? If it's the 1698 height, then that would be the landing, I guess. I think there's a lot of new players in the... not only in the stream recently, but also in the game right now. So I feel like building something more beginner-friendly could be nice right now. 1526 right now, okay. So... did... fail something. Was that not fast enough? Okay. Posted a Discord clip. Which Discord? Oh, here, this Discord. Okay, I need to download this video. Because it's a Discord thing. Okay, fine. I'll download it. I'll do it.
Is the appropriate.
Okay. Alright, here's DLC record from Hazard. Luigi, thank you for the Prime sub. Okay, so here's what happened. Loop. All landed a little bit to the side. And... I mean, that's fine though. This... Is there something more? Because this is recoverable. There's a beam that you can use. So this is not like GG. Was there some other clip as well? Or is the run still live? Because... this still lands, right? Yeah, maybe failed a second attempt. If the height has fallen down then. This was on the Deep Discord. So... I do, Apple. So... there's this beam. A very nice beam. Rare floor 16 recovery route. where you can actually get back to this point, but maybe failed the second attempt too. Still a really good run for Hazard. Seems to have been pretty frustrated in the recent days, so I think that's a huge win for Hazard. Probably gives some motivation, because now you've reached the final floor, right? There's like a couple nice safe routes on floor 15 and 16, but like generally those are not for the hardest sections. So that's kinda rough. I think I went in, yeah, I got the water. Hold on, actually, is this even doable or is this GG? Because I will not get rid of the wet wheels, right? It's ice and... Oh yeah, this is over, right? Where do I go? It's fine? I don't like it. Okay, let's try, I guess. Okay, yeah. Wet wheel issue. Oh, I almost somehow saved it. I don't think this is a great place to be. Yeah, if you get the wet wheels, you have icy wheels already, and when you get ice wheels first, wet wheels... Oh no, sorry, the other way. When you get wet wheels and then you get icy wheels, then you retain those both. And the beams here are metal, the pipe here is metal, and then you have plastic, and you don't dry the wheels anywhere, so you will keep the wet wheels, which is kind of tough. Oh, I can actually jump from here. Hazard fell. Okay, still a huge run though. You can drive on the save route behind the ice. Oh, really? Like, even after I commit like that? I didn't notice anything there, but... Oh well, not a huge task to get back there. But yeah, unfortunately floor 16 is built in a way where the height makes absolutely no difference. Because the very first part, which you will always be able to attempt, and you will always be able to get height from it, will get you higher than, like, the next 60% of the floor. Well, maybe Hazard will go and stream today as well. We'll see. A lot easier this one without the wet wheels. We all know that Hazard's runs don't reach their full potential before the 3-hour mark anyway, so maybe it's gonna be another run back to... Are you an experienced player? Depends on how you quantify it, I guess. Do you think there are mind games going on with the top players? Nah. Like, you know, someone, like, purposefully showing some, like, wrong strat so that other players copy it or something? I don't really think so. I feel like everyone's, like, focusing on their own play right now. I don't think anyone's kind of thinking too much about others. Like, sure, we've had, like, inputs being hidden and stuff like this, but I don't think it's really, like, deeper than that. You could probably make, like an OpenPlanet plugin that shows the wrong inputs. Like, you... If you really wanted to, maybe you could make an OpenPlanet plugin that shows the opposite inputs of what you're pressing to confuse absolutely everyone. I don't know. That would be kind of funny. That would be pretty funny. Oh, that's too far. Oh, close though. Speed was good. Or delayed inputs or something, yeah. Or just complete random inputs. But then that would be very, very obvious, I think. You know, if you're going forwards and you're pressing backwards, then people can tell, like, okay, something's going on. Why am I air braking this jump? It's very bad. Like, this is one thing about water, that if you land flat onto it, you will almost always bounce like this. So if I do air brake, then... Okay, now it was back wheels first. If I air brake so that the car goes flat into the water, then it's almost always gonna bounce out. So, like, right there. Can it bounce? Please? Thank you. So, your goal is usually... I think the most consistent way to land into water is to do it with front wheels first. So here you just land, you know? And that should be fine. Gives you a little bit, like, later control of the car, I guess, but... Do you have any aspirations to finish this map? Maybe the checkpoint version, but the full version is a bit beyond me. It's already beyond a lot of pro players. Wow, that was weird. I'll take it. I think it would be cool if I could reach, like, floor 6. And finish the checkpoint version. Probably not gonna be this run, considering my PV is not even floor 3 yet. But hey, it's not too bad for like 3 hours. I suppose the problem is that like you would need to get that plugin signed as well. And that would probably be kind of tough because OpenPlanet staff would probably say like, okay, well, why? Why do you want to use this plugin? Checkpoint version, there is a checkpoint version out up to floor 11. So it ends in the beginning of floor 11. Hi, miss. I heard from Zertrov something interesting about OpenPlanet on this map, though. Come on. Surely this is possible. I can isolate this. Alright. Anyway, hold that thought. It feels like it should probably eventually work. I feel like I already did that. Go full up, I think. Kind of the lamp there. Oh, okay, now, alright, I need it to be a bit slower, I guess. Okay. Or maybe just a more stable line, honestly. So I did hear a miss about something interesting. About how the voice lines work. Like, there's, like, media tracker, but then there's, like, a backup... there's, a backup media tracker for the voice lines, for, like, console players and such. But if you have the plugin, then the voice lines work through the plugin. Which was kinda unique. That's not usually usually done, I guess. Okay, let's just restart. It kind of makes sense. It's really difficult, I guess, to get like volume on the media tracker zones. Yeah, it's basically like that because when you do the sound with the in-game like movie maker tool, you can do it the same way, but the volume is hard to get up. And I suppose with the plugin you might be able to also do some other like graphical stuff if you want to. But yeah, the reason why you don't only have the plugin is because console players can't have plugins, so they wouldn't want to get rid of that experience for them. So now they have like the media tracker. If you don't have the plugin, and the reason why the plugin disables the media tracker, I guess, is pretty obvious, because you don't have double voice line running at the same time, right? Heads up, miss, that we'll probably want to do something similar for core. I think it's gonna be the exact same situation there. How do you... I wonder how the plugin like knows the positions though. Like, can you actually link media tracker triggers to the plugin? Is that how it works? Like it somehow like corresponds there, or is there like a separate trigger somehow? Feels a bit risky from Hazard not streaming at all for the floor 16 progress. Kind of, but I feel like having seen Brent and Lars there, I feel like no one is really looking to like one-shot the entire floor. But yeah, I was expecting once we get to this point for everyone to just like, you know, be very careful and stream everything. Oh, whoops. Feels like a terrible line, but I'll just take it. It's close enough. I haven't looked at the code in detail, but I think it does both. Gotcha. Interesting. It's actually kind of huge. Like, I understand the implications of, like, plugins affecting media tracker. I understand the issues, and why it's not usually done. But I think it can also open a lot of possibilities for, like, RPG maps and such. Ah, slightly too slow. No. Oh. Click it. Some things like the blip and quack are literally, I think, are literally hard-coded coordinates. Interesting. Okay, that's kind of wild. No, yeah, those have to happen at specific points. It's not just height. So that's kind of interesting as well. The more plugins like Deepip we get, the harder plugin review is going to become. Yeah, I can get that. Like, on one hand, you have so many possibilities that can completely transform the Trackmania experience. And on the other hand, you have... how would we put it? Unfair advantages. Tricky balance. But I think the plugin has been super great, especially like, I don't know how Zertrov does it, but like being able to like click the names on the left side and everything, and spectating people, that's insane. I have no idea how he does it, but it's so crazy. It's made the whole thing so much better. Oh, I think I need more speed there. But that was a bit of a too clean landing. Okay, plastic things, maybe? Looks good. There we are. I was really sure where I should jump from here. I guess just forward. That works. Yeah, maybe the angle as well. Like, I was already on the plastic and I guess that doesn't help. Good, that was a weird one. Ice turtle? Is it a thing? It is not. There's not a thing. Any plans for when core is coming out? We have internal deadlines, but I'm not gonna talk about them just yet. Because they are not exact, and we are trying to do things that no one has done in this game before, so it's hard to predict exactly. Hello, Hiko. What would you say if a player manages to reach floor 18? What? I would probably say what? I'll take one headphone. Now that would be something new, miss. If there was like a hidden floor that only appears when you get high enough. The map teleports are still possible, right? You can still use Mania script to teleport players onto other maps. So we had this idea that maybe Deep Dip 3 is actually already a thing. And when you get to the end, it just teleports you onto it. I actually don't know which Mania script functionalities are disabled now, because I think there was, like, you know, some stuff, like some game mode related stuff that was disabled at one point. It's weird. But I think the teleport stuff, like, it's not really a teleport. What happens is basically the game just loads a new map. You can have like a thing on a map where you hit like a trigger and it loads another map. So it will like download it and then you will like jump into that map as well. Oh, works out. Yeah, the height, don't worry about the height right now. Bren might be third on the leaderboard, but it's completely whatever, because Bren has made it the furthest on floor 16. Yeah, there was the Great Yonder map, full speed map, that had a lot of those kinds of teleports to maps that inspired that map, which is cool, but it was very spooky at the same time. A bit of a jump scare when the game just starts randomly downloading stuff. This... There's no way this works, right? Do I not have a grip here? Car's moving backwards. I can get back here pretty quickly. So much more used to be possible. That was even scarier. Yeah, I've heard things, miss. Some not good things used to be possible through Mania script. Whereas Lars has done, I think, like a couple sessions today. Plays kind of at random times right now, I think. Was wondering if you have heard of Polytrack. Doesn't ring a bell. Yeah, the dirt wall will be the next height record, basically. Lars trying to fix the sleep schedule? Okay. Makes sense. If you have like a completely random sleep schedule, you might also be like way more tired than usual all the time. So maybe it's a good call trying to kind of stabilize it a little bit for this final grind. I would also like to play the checkpoint version. Not sure if they're planning the many checkpoint version, actually. I guess it would make sense, right? Maybe I'll just wait a little bit here, a bit more to get rid of the icy wheels for sure. What? Okay, that was a gear moment, I guess. Wait for the wet wheels. The many checkpoint version would be probably like a nice step between shallow dip and the one checkpoint per floor version. So I hope they did. Oh, it is planned. Okay, thank you, Razor. It's cool. I tried the next part with wet wheels. I did not enjoy it. Hi there, Wolf. Do those many checkpoint maps allow you to finish them without getting them all? No, you need to take every checkpoint. I suppose it might be possible to make a version of the map where you would have like linked checkpoints for every checkpoint at the end, so if you miss one, then you would get it back at the end. That would be kind of interesting, but it's hard. You would need like 200 checkpoints on the final straight or something. Just before the ending jumps, I guess. How many checkpoints do you think, Rioter, it's gonna be? Whoops, whoops, whoops. Okay, I was too focused on the gear. The line was completely wrong. You can't just, like, turn there. You need to get the gears right as well. It's based on trust, Matteo. Like, ultimately, it's based on trust. There might be some ways, you know, some tricks that they have, but ultimately, it's still, like, based on trust. And I mean, at this point, it's pretty obvious that the top players are not doing that, because, you know, they are taking their time to figure out everything on floor 16, so I wouldn't really think it's like a problem. 5 to 10 per floor. Do you think you would fit 160 or 70 checkpoints into the final straight? So, okay, I kind of wanna show what I mean. You could actually build like a version with many checkpoints that allowed you to take like shortcuts, which could be interesting. I don't think you could fit 160 checkpoints here. That's probably not possible. But okay, I want to show this. I want to show this real quick. So this is basically what I mean. So let's say that there's like a shortcut that skips 2 checkpoints or something. Oh, cool, Direwolf. Yeah, that was a while ago. I've been improving quite a bit since. So, okay, let's say that we have a great map here. Whatever. That works. And we have 3 checkpoints like this. And we need to take all of them. But let's pretend that these are really tricky checkpoints, and, you know, we need to climb and, you know, do things, right? So, like, skipping these checkpoints wouldn't be like would be something that happens by accident, or if you're doing like a shortcut that's harder than doing the checkpoints, right? Generally. So it is tedious to build. There are problems, Rioter, but if you place them if you don't overlap the checkpoints, I think it's fine. But okay, let's say that then we have this kind of a thing. So we have 4 checkpoints, and then we make it so that we make sure that before this epic final jump, the player will not get punished if they miss the checkpoint. So how we do that is we place 4 checkpoints over here. We're gonna use these gates because they're a little bit easier to use. So just like this. And then we will link these together, which means that we will edit the properties. We will make this link checkpoint 1 and this link checkpoint 1. Then this one's going to be link checkpoint 2. And this one's going to be link checkpoint 2. And so on. 3, 4, and 3, and 4. So this way, if you like accidentally miss a checkpoint, like for example, if I like don't quite get this checkpoint, but, you know, I'm still playing the map, or if I do some slightly different route or something, then I will get the missing checkpoints on this final part, right? So I'm getting the checkpoint 2 that I missed there. So you wouldn't even need to take any of the checkpoints to finish the map, because you would get all of them here and be able to finish them up. So, like, this kind of an idea would be kind of interesting, but it's, yeah, it's super tedious, and you would need to somehow fit, like, 160 or something checkpoints at the very end of the map. So, how realistic that is, I don't know, but it could be, like, worth thinking about. Best map ever, thank you. I think it's really good. Yeah, like, you can't really go back to take checkpoints, right? That's one of the issues. And also, like, you might accidentally miss one, and then it's gonna be really sad if you get to the top and you notice that, oh wait, I'm actually missing a checkpoint. If the checkpoints are basically like unmissable, then I guess it could be fine. But there's an idea. How quick can you finish them? Too late, unfortunately. Yes, if you take 2 link checkpoints, you only take the first one. So you only take the first checkpoint, and then the next one, the game checks like, oh, you already have this checkpoint, so it's not gonna take it. Couldn't you link all the checkpoints together? No. Because you will only have, like, if you have checkpoint 1, then any other checkpoint 1 will not activate at all. Basically. So once you've taken checkpoint 1, you've taken checkpoint 1. The next checkpoint needs to be another number. For the respawns, yeah, like you would only then take one checkpoint on the entire map if everything was linked. I don't think I have, F. Maybe we can learn some turtling here. Oh, this looks kind of tough. Strengthens it with the plastic wall. Oh, backwards? What is happening? What are we doing? What am I looking at? Huh? Nah, this is just stupid. What? I almost made it back. Backwards turtling is beyond me. I have no idea how this works. That is super impressive. It's such a bait as well, like, you know, going towards it and then just starting to drive backwards. Yeah, I'm not sure. It looks like... What I'm seeing is that it looks like there's like some taps between the sides on the inputs. I don't know how this works. I would need to talk to someone who has done this. That is crazy though. Yeah, we were following Hazard's run on the height tracker. Made it to floor 16 finally. That's awesome. Is there a maximum checkpoint limit? Like the lap limits? It's not the same as the lap limit. Like lap limit is 255. But I think checkpoint limit should be... Like you can place at least like 1,000 checkpoints. Could you link all floor checkpoints to end of each floor checkpoint? Oh, yes. That's actually maybe a reasonable idea. But I think the problem comes from the fact that not every floor start has like a lot of space to put many checkpoints in. That's a cool idea. But you know, there's some floor starts, like, I don't know... I don't know which one would be the best example, but you understand what I mean. Like floor 11 hasn't got a lot of space, for example, for many checkpoints. But I guess maybe it could be possible to do like that too. Though it would still, for example, make the floor 7 to 8 shortcut impossible. So... yeah, there is that one shortcut that then wouldn't still work, which, you know, if it doesn't work, then fine. But you can go after this turbo tunnel on floor 7, you can go up and jump with the plastic all the way onto this beam, and then you follow the beam and drop down here, and you get to like halfway through floor 8. So you skip this entire end of floor 7, floor 8 starts here. So that wouldn't work then, right? Which, you know, if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work, I guess, but... Sorry, Dondi. Unlucky timing. But hey, in the many checkpoint version, or even the checkpoint version, that's gonna be an undoable shortcut, right? It's kind of what we're talking about. What am I doing? Well, at least it's working. Bren is still, yeah, definitely has the advantage right now, but I think one thing that people forget, just by looking at the current progress, is that while Bren has made it to the practice dirt wall ride, let's remember that before that session, Bren was still on the wheel hang, which means that in one session, Bren went from the wheel hang all the way into that dirt wall, the practice wall anyway. So who's to say that Lars can't do the same, right? We could have the situation change like very quickly. So while, yeah, Bren does have the advantage and has gotten there multiple times too, to be fair, I feel like, you know, Lars can just have one God session and catch up. And now, Hazard, also. Maybe Elcon too. Elcon is gonna be late tomorrow, has apparently been sick these last few days. Just about the worst camera I could have picked for it, but it's press forward, so... Work happening offline at this stage. I would actually be surprised if people have many more offline sessions. I was kind of surprised to see that Bren was doing one, actually. Because at this point, you're not far from finishing the map, and if you get too far offline, then it can be pretty dangerous, right? Because the final full run will need to be streamed. Expensive disease if it results in Elcon being top 4. I feel like everyone has been sick, though. Like, Scrappy was sick, and Bren was sick, and... now Elcon was sick, and who else? There was some other other people. I don't know, maybe the stress of this whole event is kind of affecting people physically as well. That is bad. Is it possible to land this without turtling? It's like the 4th time already. Whatever. No, yeah, like I've also noticed when I've gone from some long grinds that like it does start to affect you physically. Because you're also like sleeping worse. In worst case, you're seeing nightmares. I've been there, done that. About the grind. Wouldn't be surprised if there's some player who has seen like nightmares about the final jump, for example. So like that kind of stuff does affect you physically. I have dreamt of Deep Dip too, but I forgot what the dream was about. It wasn't a nightmare, I don't think. It was just some dream. Yeah, exactly, Matteo. Like, putting this much effort into playing a map for days on end, it's going to affect you. Once it affects you mentally, it's also going to affect you physically, basically. Whoops, what am I doing here? How is it so hard? I'm completely overthinking this somehow. Would be odd to not dream of something you did 200 hours in 1 month? That's true, yeah. Will do. Do you think more strategies while driving would be better? Like when you reach a section a second time, you drop down to it afterwards to practice again 3 or 4 more times to get somewhat consistent directly, instead of going for a PvZ run? Yeah, I mean, we have seen that being like a big deal all the time, right? That's why floor 12 has been figured out so quickly, because you can redo the sections, right? The first jump, you can completely redo, like you drop down to the pool below on floor 11, right? The second one, as long as you get to the quarter pipe, you can directly redo. You don't even need to do any other stuff, you can just directly get back to the trick. If you fail the third trick, you can get back to the beginning of the floor again. The fourth one is maybe the hardest one to recover from, and maybe the fifth one as well. Like, the second half in general is less recoverable, but like, practicing, being able to practice that first half is always such a big deal. Ooh. I knew that I would have too much speed, so I think going sideways on the landing was a good call. I feel like especially floor 7 and floor 11 would be a little bit better if you did have some recoveries that got you like straight to the hard sections back, right? Not falling like 3 floors down. That would be huge. Oh, I so dislike this recovery here. That'll do. Okay, I guess we're going left this time. Here we go. Oh. I'm not sure if the watch time thing is entirely accurate. The bot has had some issues in this last month, so I'm not 100%. It's trying its best, yeah. More like doing techies bounce multiple times instead of continuing to 8 directly. I feel like it's better if you can just recover when you make a mistake. I don't think it's like, you know, if you nail the section, then, you know, you want to continue, right? That's your reward for nailing the section. But if you make a mistake, then being able to, like, semi-quickly redo that previous section, that would speed up the learning process a lot. How come you decided to play? It's been a slow day, but I don't want to, like, it's been a slow weekend, really, overall. But I don't want to just completely go out of this. I feel like being on the server and seeing when people get to PBs, and also following the other players closely if they are streaming. I still want to do that. I want to document these potentially final days of the event of Copium, but could be. So I figured that, you know, instead of just sitting here waiting for something to happen, I might as well just start playing the map at this point. I feel like it makes sense. What about this? I'm surprised that we don't see people do this trick. This is such a useful trick, honestly. But maybe only khaki players know this. Good night, Rioter. So, all you need to do to check your line is... This might be good. So you go to camera 3, then you go to camera 7, and then just press forward. This could actually be a pretty good line. Do I just try to PF? Is it gonna work? I will fall off the beam. I'm gonna try. Alright, okay. Alright, well, I mean, I think I did it well. Plastic. Yeah, the specific bounce, I guess, there. Divine punishment for PF. Maybe I'm supposed to do a directional input. I'm actually kind of surprised how much just knowing the strats and how these jumps work actually help. Because like if we think back for the like first day, it was a lot of like retries, trial and error. I feel like even though these are not super complicated jumps necessarily, just understanding like what needs to happen from having seen it before, that's already like a big sort of help. It's pretty fun, Zero. I'm kind of feeling these first few floors, honestly. Of course, that might change if I had been playing for 32 days, but... You studied the map more than just about anyone. I might have like the best overall picture of like different strats and different like possibilities with those strats, like what can go wrong and such. Because I've watched so many different players, yeah. Hazard reached floor 16 not too long ago. Yeah. Like an hour ago, was off stream, was not live on the server either, but Hazard did post a small clip of the failed attempt on the first section of floor 60. This is actually a nice recover way. Hazard back on 1500? Damn, okay, okay. Why did you decide to cast and not play? I felt like that was the best way I could contribute to the event. And then it kind of, from there, it became kind of like an educational thing where we helped people who are new to Trackmania kind of get into the game, understand why these things are tricky and what the challenge is really about. Boing. The ice slide is fine. I'm kind of surprised that people even say that the ice slide on floor 1 is harder than the floor 10 ice spin, because like I have a pretty good feel for this already. It's kind of tricky. You need to adjust a lot. Learned so much watching your streams. Hey, thank you. Glad to hear it. I think it was a very good idea. Ultimately. Thank you, Pretco. Why not play the floored version now? I kind of want to get the, you know, this kind of an experience, yeah. Oh, hold on, this is savable. Surely? Oh, never mind. Yeah. Anyway. I feel like I want to kind of try this full version first. Because it's not only doing the tricks, it's learning the tricks in this kind of like an inefficient way. So I want to kind of get the same experience as what the players had, to an extent. Boing. No, Hazard's Run wasn't shown anywhere. It was an offline solo run. I finished Shallow Dip on Saturday. Only three players get rewarded when they finish, yes. That's what the prize pool is for. Any opinion on virtual quitting? I was a little bit surprised, honestly. But it makes sense. It makes sense because the pressure of like the deadline is just too much when, you know, you have this kind of a competition, right? Where you're kind of on a timer. So I understand the virtual wants to focus on other stuff right now, and will eventually go back to this map when, you know, the event is over. So like I always knew that virtual would finish the map. And will finish the map eventually, I'm pretty sure of that. But yeah, it's not gonna happen during the event now. It makes sense. At the end of the day, you know, Virtual was kind of falling a little bit behind the top guys anyway. So even though, you know, maybe a podium place could have been possible, it's still, you know, a tough situation. I did stream it on Saturday, yes, Zero. Don't really like that line. Hazard falling, gotcha. But yeah, I mean, Virtual's reasoning was completely reasonable. Like, it made perfect sense to me. This is fast enough? Oh, that's, yeah, a pretty bad isolate. No, like, if you look at the video, it's not really about Virtual himself or you know, the progression, but more about the fact, I mean, sure, the map that the map is not finished. That changes things, right? A little bit. Of course, it's about the progression to an extent. Oh no, I went too far. Oh, wait, hold on. Is this maybe... Wait, can I just fall down, actually? Or is the pool too far? I have no idea. Oh, I can probably follow the beam, right? Can I? It's gonna be really difficult. Backwards. Yeah, like, the map is not finished, so of course, like, it's, to an extent, it's about the progression. Oh. Nice. Okay, that was good. But at the same time, like, you have to understand that, like, for example, the point about Virtual's video editors kind of running out of things to edit, right? And that's, you know, their job. Oh, this is... Oh, okay. Alright, I'm getting a little bit lucky. Or whatever. So, it makes sense that Virtual would think about them as well, and not just do, like, the same run every single day, because you can make, like, endless videos out of that. Just not possible. These kinds of very grindy things are just going to be very repetitive, and it doesn't translate necessarily super well into, like, you know, YouTube content. Oh wait, this is really bad. Oh. Okay. Another way to look at it is to judge your own ability. If Virtual doesn't believe he can finish first, there really is no reason to jeopardize his content, social life, coworkers, and mental health for a chance of beating this first. Sure, yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, Virtual will eventually finish this map, and it's still going to be like a great achievement, right? 100%. It's just not gonna happen with the timer of the, like, event. So, yeah. And I mean, Virtual put in ridiculous hours into this map. I feel like it's still like a admirable achievement to even reach floor 14. There's less than 10 people that have been able to do that. So, sure, like, we all like to see a story being finished. But I think it's worth to just look at what has already been achieved. It takes quite a bit of mental strength to even get to, like, the higher floors. Oh, whoops. And yeah, like, he's still gonna finish the map. Just basically focusing a little bit on other stuff. You know, that's really all it is. Hey, what about this line? Oh, whoops. Alright, I guess we're going. Alright. I forgot to press 7. I forgot to press cam 7. I just drove. That was not the free camera, that was me driving the car. Okay, anyway, I'm fine. That is true, Pretcop, as well. Like, saying that, oh well, I give up on the event and I will just forget about the map. That would kind of communicate that it would be about the prize pool, right? Which I think, you know, this kind of shows that the goal is to finish the map, right? Okay, this looks pretty good. My PB was on the quarter pipe jump at the end of this floor now. Alright. Boink. Oof, barely. Also, guys, I've said it this many times before, and I'll say it again. Try not to, like, or be careful when you're, like, guessing about what streamers or players are thinking and what they're doing outside of their streams. I promise you that some of the things that you might think they're thinking or doing are not going to be true. So yeah, just be careful for your own sake as well, because it's easy to get trapped in that kind of mindset where you feel like you know what they're thinking, but then it's something completely different. Because the online appearance is never going to be fully reliable. That was a clean landing. Here? Wow. Not the greatest save route. So long as well. Fine, let's do it then. We'll be fine. Sucks. What is this? Okay, here's my plan. I'm just gonna go here and probably flip sideways and then bounce from this plastic and eventually end in the pool. Alright, it's gonna work. Trust me. It's fine. Oh. What am I supposed to do here? Am I doing this the wrong direction or something? Wait, is the... Oh, I'm not even... Am I even supposed to be able to go here? Okay, well, I can't do it anymore. I guess? Or maybe there's... Maybe I need to take speed from this plastic. Like, there's this thing here, but this doesn't lead anywhere, does it? Unless I'm supposed to jump, like, here, but no. No, this has to be the... But I haven't... I don't think I've seen people do this. Whoops. Okay, alright, whoops. Okay, backwards driving, difficult. Alright, well... It's fine. We'll go back there. Where are you from? I'm from Finland. But it can also be that, you know, like, my stream is gonna be in English, right? So you will probably get, like, English ads when you watch my content. But if you watch someone who's usually streaming in German, for example, and now for Deep Deep 2 are streaming in English, then that kind of stuff can make it so that you get German ads. For example, I think that's kind of like a possibility. Probably nothing to do with my channel though. You watch English and all your ads are in Turkish? That is interesting. Birdie is Turkish, right? I don't know if that could be something. I would be very doubtful about that, Sigfusson. By the way, Villa, really enjoyed these weeks of streaming. Could see you try out the map right now. Good to hear. It's been fun. And I'm actually pretty excited to try this map as well. It's like finally getting to actually test out how these sections really work. Even after like seeing how they work. Oh, I'm so bad. You get Finnish ads. I also do get Finnish ads. That might be a Finland thing. Yeah, I'm starting to get more consistent on this floor 0 sections, which is nice. You have helped a bit with theory crafting some jumps as well. I don't know how much I've really done. I don't think I've really said anything that any of the players couldn't have or hadn't already figured out. But yeah, I mean, we've kind of... Whenever there's a new section, we've kind of thought like, okay, what would make sense here? I was told, or in general the casters were told, that we shouldn't participate in like server chat stuff, but of course on this stream, we've talked about a bunch of different things. Different theories and what went wrong and what could have the players done differently. That's like almost half of what we do probably. So maybe in some sense, I don't really know. Like I know that there's, we've had a bunch of players here in the stream as well, so maybe they've picked some some ideas up. I wouldn't know. Oh, whoops. Oh, Hazard is back to 1500? Yeah, Hazard, if anyone's just tuning in, Hazard is playing off stream and is playing also not on the server, so there's absolutely no way to follow that. Unfortunately. Which means that we picked the right day to play this ourselves, I guess. $15.50. That I believe is floor 14 still. I think, doesn't floor 15 start at like high 1500 still? Like 1580 or something? I'm not really sure. It is interesting that Hazard choosing not to stream, but it's kind of understandable. Probably wants to just chill and get over the mental block of the ice slide on floor 15. How many hours do you have on this map or game or casting, playing? That was bad. It worked. What are the guys gonna do if they accidentally hit the god run off stream and are at last jump? Probably restart. Because if you finish the run, now everyone will know what it looked like. So you would want to hide that run, right? So you wouldn't finish. Because then the replay will be fully available to everyone on the leaderboard, so you wouldn't want to do that. Hello, Squeegee. In the game, I have like 5k hours. Open Planet tells 5,100 hours, of which like 2,000 are in the map editor, and probably a lot in map editor testing. Yeah, I feel like 3k hours are in map editor actually. I don't think these are separate, right? So 1,900 in the editor, and then 1,100 roughly map editor testing. Is hiding the ghost worth not attempting the last jump? I mean, you might want to attempt the last jump, and then, like, finish... Like, you know, fail the jump, and... restart. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I have the wrong gear. Didn't get the second one. Okay, worked. Hazard on 15 now? Okay, gotcha. Oh. It's a lot. It's a lot, yeah. kind of accumulates. Honestly, the fact that Deep Dip has taken like a couple hundred off of that is kind of wild as well. Wait, hold on. Do I save this? Okay. There's like a break. Oh. Hazard falling, okay. Still getting good runs going, it seems. I really hope that Hazard streams. Also for his sake. Because I think one of those runs could go pretty far. Now that the ice slide has been conquered. You tell. That was clean. My best jump yet, I think. That was not my best jump yet. Is this gonna work still? Looks okay. A little bit late into it. Like, the turtle was a little bit weak. Did I fail this yet? I don't think I actually failed this yet. It's weird, because I'm really bad at turtling. Or at least I thought I was. Like, maybe it's the fact that I exclusively play, like, turtle trial maps that people send me. Like, you know, some people have, like, hundreds of hours in this game turtling, and then they send to me the hardest possible turtle maps, like, play this, and then I can't do the first checkpoint. Maybe, maybe it skews my perception. Yeah, sure. Look, if I finish this map today, I promise that I will donate the prize pool to the mappers. That promise I can make. Good night, Crit Call. If I somehow get to floor 16 and one-shot it, yes, no problem. Yo, Henry, thank you for the 35, and good night to you as well. Oh, that's not good. Oh, still ended. Nice. I actually think that as a, like, someone who signed up as a caster specifically in the beginning of the event, like, I messaged the organizers and said I would be, or asked if it would be okay to do this. I don't think I would be eligible to actually participate in the competition. Yeah, by the way, absolutely no danger of me even getting to floor 4 today, probably. Well, I mean, I don't know. Floor 4? That's maybe not entirely impossible. I know what to do on floor 3. This looks perfect. I'm really surprised that more people aren't doing this strategy to get the lineup. But, well, works for me. At least not that I've seen. Like, I haven't seen everyone, of course, stream it. That looks good. Nice. If I finish due to a bug, I'm pretty sure, you know, I wouldn't want to win the competition that way, and I'm pretty sure, you know, they wouldn't also want me to win that way. Would probably not count. Oh, that's too early. That's such a tricky timing. Well, okay. Yeah, it's a ridiculous run from Kubas on floor 2. It's true. Crazy speed run. Okay, that works. Hazard still climbing. Okay, didn't fall far, I guess. 1487 is the shortcut height on floor 13. I'm messing up the timing a lot, but I guess it's good enough. I want to go a little bit more from the center, I think. Kind of from here, and then... small adjustment. There we go. There was a clip of Hazard's PB. I can show it, because Hazard posted it to... Hazard posted it to the Deep Dip 2 Discord, so we know a little bit. So this is what Hazard posted. Attempted this, but failed it a little bit, but I guess failed also another time, because this still went through, it didn't fall off. So got to the first trick, but didn't seem to clear the first trick on floor 16. That's all we know. That's the clip that we have. But yeah, Hazard is not streaming, not on the server, playing like fully solo right now. Okay. Let me get some water real quick. I'll be back in just a minute. Let's not get dehydrated. It's pretty warm in Finland as well. BRB. Alright. Here we go. So nice to see Hazard get to floor 16 today. Was very frustrated yesterday. Yeah, I agree. I think it's a huge step for Hazard. Whether it's off stream, on stream, doesn't really matter, because it's like a mental block that you need to get through, right? 200-hour run incoming? Probably not. We'll see. Anything's possible. I need to also pay attention to Have. Might be looking to get a floor 11 PB. Don't want to miss that. One thing that I will say about this map that seems really nice is that floor 0 is like kinda chill, but not trivial. So like once you start getting runs in on even to floor 2, really, it's really nice that the floor 0 is not like so inactive, so like free that you can just turn off your brain. So you kind of like focus a little bit, but it's not something that you need to spend a lot of energy on. Like, you don't need to max out the turns or anything. You just kind of go through it. Floor 1 is, you know, a little bit maybe more so, but need to focus a little bit more. It's nice that the beginning of the run is not too boring, but also not like something that kills your runs like all the time. So you actually get to play the map a little bit on every run. Wish Floor 0 felt like that for me sometimes. Yeah, no, I'm speaking from my own perspective, I guess. The shallow dip Floor 0 is pretty fair though, I feel. I'm not saying that, yeah. Not trying to say that any of these floors on this map are easy. But like, especially like compared to the other floors. Floor 0 does feel pretty fair. Yeah, I did finish shallow dip 2 days ago. Back to floor 15 for the 5th time on this run. Oof. Maybe Hazard is finally reaching those 3-hour runs again. Those are the good ones. Oh. Why is there a gap in the plastic? This run started 1943? So it's... How much is it? Is that Central European? I assume? What? Because now it's like 134 Central European. Huh? 6-hour run? Are we sure? UTC, okay. So what is that gonna be then? Probably, yeah, 6 hours would be probably the record. Don't think anyone's been on a 6-hour run yet. Out of the top players anyway. Only a 4-hour run, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's normal. Hazard 1674. Is that already on the dirt then? On the ice slide? 1435, that is definitely not on the ice slide. Please watch Hazard, we don't have any way. Hazard is not streaming, not on the server. And I don't know how to hack Hazard's computer. Oh. So, how they know, how people know how Hazard is doing is through the website. Don't be sorry, Leonardo. All good. So, you have this website, right? That people are linking right now. So they can check that, you know, Hazard's current position is somewhere. Schmaniol's current position is somewhere, right? I don't know if this is up to date for me right now. But yeah, so you can see these kinds of stats for anyone who's using the plugin. So we can tell where Hazard is, but we can't watch the run. Okay. Maybe I should bind restart. It's just the reflex. I'm not used to this. It's like, you know, you go into the game and you start the run. Oh well, I can get to the ice slide. Do you know why he does not stream at this stage? I can't be sure, but I would imagine it's maybe, you know, just kind of like playing without the stress of having to, you know, entertain a stream, and, you know, kind of just being able to kind of relax more. It's kind of a difference between, you know, just playing Trackmania, like you always do, and, like, putting all this pressure onto yourself to also, like, show your runs to everyone else and show that you can clear the next section and everything else. Needs to stream if he finishes, but floor 16 will take a bit more time, I suppose. I would, you know, guess that players will stream all of their runs pretty soon. I was very surprised when Bren didn't, in this weekend. Had one, like, offline session as well. That was really surprising to me. Yeah, if you finish and you're not streaming, then your run will not be eligible for the prize pool. Whoops. Hey, Crycheck. It's enjoyable so far. I'm close to floor 3 now. Yeah, it's like playing guitar alone versus in front of people, yeah. Like, even if people are kind of like welcoming and allow you to take breaks and stuff, it still feels a little bit awkward. Whereas if you're alone, then, you know, you don't need to worry about it, right? You don't need to think like, oh, how can I take like a 10-minute break right now when my stream is live, right? You don't have to think about that kind of stuff. You can just chill. Or maybe you're in the middle of a run and you just feel like, okay, I want to take a break and watch some YouTube. Then you can just do that. You can't really do that when you're streaming, right? Oops. Okay. But yeah, final full run needs to be finished in its entirety. That is for sure. Could it maybe be to not spoil the last parts of the map? I don't think so, because I feel like everyone understands what to do now. I feel like every single trick on this map, except maybe the very last thing, has been sort of solved. Sure, Bren has been hiding inputs, Lars has also been hiding inputs, but I don't really think there's many question marks about how to do these parts anymore, because so many different attempts were streamed with inputs, so there's not many left anymore. So, you know, we don't know the exact inputs because Bren was hiding the inputs and the wheels also when doing this landing on the plastic here. But like, we can guess because we know that right didn't work, we know that left didn't work, we know that pressing nothing didn't work, pressing pressing right like left didn't work. So what we can guess is that, you know, it's gonna be press forward or press forward and left, for example. And, you know, that's not gonna take a lot of attempts to figure out which one it is. All of this is kind of like not really strat dependent. I feel like it's all figured out, and Bren has been streaming this anyway. We know this strat. This strat was already known, because the players were kind of cleverly practicing it on a floor 7 section on the scenery. They went over here and they tested this jump over here, which is kind of interesting, and it worked. It worked out. They knew what to do. You need to jump over the first beam, under the second one, right here, and land on the ice. And then Bren was also testing this plastic bounce turnaround that you need a little bit later, which essentially, like, we know now that you need to hit the back wheel on it. So that's also known. And then no one has tried these next few sections, so I guess we'll see if there's something weird there. But yeah, I don't think at this point, because you're so close, I don't think you're going to hide any strats. I feel like you will just go for a run and try to finish them up. Practice for Warrior's bait too. It's not really bait, right? It's just meant to be like practice, right? The actual route goes here through these plastic jumps. It's meant to be practice for this section, right? This has the same plastic turnaround. And then you land here. And from here, there's this jump. Probably need to turn sideways in the air. Landing here. And then this is a patience test. This beam might be pretty scary, but this is basically... That's floor 16 done. And then there's the final jump, basically. The final jump is the one thing you have remaining still. Once you make the bounce, you have to make it all the way back. Brenville there. I think that if you make the bounce, you can probably zoom upwards, but it's a little bit risky, that's true. But you can make it back to the quarter pipe, you know? So, I don't know if it's really like a scam or bait. How about 100 meters to PB? True. Still a full floor to clear, though. 1064 is gonna be floor 10. How do you set up final jump? You drive in circles. This is a non-slippery surface, so you just build speed around this circle. And once you feel like you have enough, you jump up, try to reach this red line here. You will get pushed a little bit forwards, which means that you will not drop back to the quarter pipe if you fail it. You will drop back to the floor gang. So you get one chance at this, so you will just try to get as much speed as possible. Let's go and finish the map. Sure, yeah, no problem. Why can't you go up the dirt wall directly with speed? Because you will not get the angle. So the way quarter pipes work in this game is that if you have this kind of a quarter pipe, it's going to push you forwards because it doesn't have like a flat edge. So this is still a curve, right? The very end of the wall right is still a curve, like slight sort of slope forwards. But here you actually have like fully vertical blocks, which means that there's no way for you to go like up from here somehow. Like, could you have some super wonky landing onto the beam maybe and then go backwards? Maybe, but that seems harder than doing the actual route. It's probably not really viable. And also you will likely not get the speed to do that. I feel like this turbo only gives you speed to get up to the lower parts. Going this high, I don't think it's possible. And you will not be able to do the grip thing on a fully vertical thing. You need the turn to get the grip. So yeah, that's why. So the actual strategy that you do when you go backwards here is you flip out from here with the grip strategy. So you just kind of steer upwards and you flip from here, and because of the angle of the jump, you will hopefully land here. That's the strat. No, yeah, the whole trick there is pretty weird, but you know. Hi, Turtle. Even when you finish, you will drop down to floor gang. Yes, it's very poetic. I'm not looking at my monitor in these first few seconds. Good night, Anonymous. It's good. It's good, Nuke. What about you? Watching people on these floors definitely has helped. I will say that. Knowing the lineups and what the desired outcome is for every jump definitely does help. Than going in blind and trying to figure this out somehow. Hazard 1540 again? How fast is it climbing? Mud is fine, good to hear, dude. Lars hasn't done a night session today, no. This is too far up. It's so much harder because, like, when you go high on this ice, you also fall down much faster. It's much easier to get, like, the perfect, just barely get onto the beam than go way too high there. Oh, yeah, that was weird. That was weird, but I'll just, you know, plastic. That's not quite it. Could be that Lars is gonna do like a morning session instead, yeah. Apparently trying to fix sleep schedule, from what I'm hearing. Got a job interview in 6 hours. Oof. Good luck, that'll be fun. I'm sure it'll go great. Might be enough. Ah, no. Okay, I'll just try to farm for a clean attempt, I guess. Oh! A decent landing. Adjusting it to Brent sessions would be kinda interesting. Then we're gonna have Elcon and Hazard, I guess, at these hours, and Bren and Lars the other hours. Where can we watch Hazard? Nowhere. Unfortunately, Hazard is only followable by looking at the height tracker, so not streaming, not on the server right now. So we're just keeping an eye on what the height is in the plugin. Oh. Slow down, car. I'm finding out that I'm very terrible at these kinds of ice turnaround recoveries. No, it's fine, PT Miko. Like, if there's no allegations, then I don't know, like, it's an important topic, of course, to keep in mind, but, like, right now there's just no sign of anyone not playing fair. So if there's, like, a reason to doubt someone, then, you know, that can be looked into. Otherwise, I wouldn't really, like, worry about it too much. I did see the virtual video, yes. Yeah, I will also say that, I think the fact that a lot of players are playing also like off stream is making things a little bit like anticlimactic. I completely understand it, and I'm not blaming the players for doing it. It's really just the exhaustion and the length of the event, and you know, you want to finish the map for a personal challenge, and it's completely fine. But it does also like make it really like tricky to follow what's happening, and hopefully doesn't take away from the final run that finishes. I mean, it could be cool if we find out that someone has, like, played off-stream and figured out some strat that no one else has. That could be cool as well. You know what I think has kind of changed? And maybe this is the big thing. Is that while the event kind of started as like a community event, like kind of everyone playing and participating and figuring out their tricks and everything, now it's kind of become an event for just the top players, right? Because, you know, at this point people have either gotten tired of trying to push for a personal best or you know, otherwise moved on to different things like Kaki. So I think that has kind of changed. Maybe that's like one of the big things. That was not a good line. Well, back we go. Yeah, at this point, like, we have our top 3 probably already figured out. Not in order, but we, like, know out of, like, the 5 players that could get to that point, we know that, you know, it's them, right? It's gonna be really difficult for anyone else to catch up. So, we know that basically Lars, Hazard, Bren, Elcon, Schmaniel, Scrappy, those are the players that can form the podium. That's it. So we kind of, there's no like other storylines really. So it's like a very small group of people when, you know, like 2 weeks ago, we could have seen like 15 people still like start to catch up. But right now it's really just like narrowed down a lot. It's true. True. Which is also, I'm not saying that it's a bad thing or a good thing. That's just a thing, you know, that I guess pretty naturally happens on these kinds of grinds. And Dave, yeah, get it done, dude. Who is top 3? Currently in order of progress. Bren has reached the furthest point. Then we have Lars, couple sections behind, and Hazard now at the end, at the very beginning of floor 16, and Elcon at the very end of floor 15. That is the current top 4. Schmaniel and Scrappy is still on floor 14, I think. I don't think... Did Schmaniel reach floor 15? They could still catch up to like top 3. I don't think either of them will win. Salary about to take a deep dip if they don't finish it. Oof. Scrappy, yeah, maybe is grinding a bit more. I've noticed that as well. Scrappy said he's not fighting for top 3, but will finish before 200 hours. I mean, you can not play for top 3 and you can still get top 3, right? That's still possible, right? I don't think you will, like, you know, restart the run if you're like, oh, that would have been a podium run, so I don't want it, right? So I think it's possible. Anything can happen. Very efficient sessions and could be a lot of progress. Hazard back to 1657. Gotcha. The dragon, I guess? $16.90? Okay, that's 16. Actually. Back-to-back runs. Alright, Hazard has broken the curse of the ice sled. God damn. So again, yeah, unfortunately we can't follow that run other than just looking at the numbers. Timer's only at 3:46. Okay. The 3-hour runs are usually the good ones for Hazard. Can we have a poll about map finish in 24 hours from now? Interesting idea. Is it possible to have, like, a gamba that doesn't end until the next day or something? No, yeah, Hazard will not finish the map. Okay, that was wicked. But... We'll probably get some good practice in, and we'll probably stream again pretty soon, and try to go for better runs. Finishing runs. Watching you play makes me realize how easy all the top players make these floors look. Yeah. And like, I'm doing pretty well too. I already made it to like almost top 300. Out of like 30,000 or something. So like, I'm not doing bad at all. And I'm still, yeah. Doing way worse. Elcon is not MIA actually. Apparently wrote in Granadi's Twitch chat today that he's been sick. And looking to get back to the map tomorrow. One checkpoint doesn't really work, because you will just reach that checkpoint and never end your run. You will just, like, leave your computer on overnight, and yeah, it's kind of silly, you know? 98? Oh, made the loop. That's here. We know. 8 meters is 1 block. Hazard made this. Because this is 1 block higher than this. So Hazard is here right now. So, very close to the wheel hang. That would be tied 2nd place. Can I get pictures of his run in Discord? Oh, is he posting them? But yeah, again, you can see the height. You can see the height. Oh yeah, Hazard did post. Screenshot. True. On the deep Discord. There it is. This is the landing. Looking good. Wonder if he's planning the Bren style recap. The thing about Hazard is that Hazard is not really like a streamer in the same sense as Bren might be. So I feel like Hazard is just looking to play the game, you know? So I'm not really sure. Also, Hazard streams well without mic, right? So, but it's cool that Hazard is keeping us updated still on Discord. Here we go. Yeah, only Bren has cleared the wheel hang. Lars has tried it out. Hasn't cleared it yet. Actually, an interesting thought, because, you know, yeah, Bren and Hazard have made the deal of sharing the top 1 and 2 prize pool if they are top 1 and 2. So they will share it, instead of being 50% and 30% of the prize pool, it would be 40 and 40%. So I wonder, now that Bren has started like hiding inputs, I wonder if Bren is still like telling Hazard what those inputs are, or still keeping Hazard guessing as well. Interesting thought, yeah? Hazard kinda said that Bren told him the inputs. Kinda? This looks clean. Is this PF? I think a very small tap. Oh no, weird landing. Oh well. Hazard is probably, yeah, has probably done that trick before, honestly. I feel like Lars also knows how to do the wheel hang, honestly. Like, there's enough wrong answers that you can kind of just guess which one is the right one. So I don't think anyone is really in the dark about what to do. It's press forward and something. Maybe it's just press forward, maybe it's press forward and left. At the wheel hang now? Okay, okay. Feels like we could have a lengthy post-finish discussion of different aspects of the event. Yeah, I mean, we're already kind of talking about them, and after the finish as well, it's going to still be relevant. Yeah, in one of the trailer videos... Let me find it. Let me get it. Here, right? This video. This is the deep dip to Discord. Do you think the last jump is really hard? It's not gonna be the hardest jump on the map. It's probably gonna be, like, difficult, the same way as, like, floor 2 jumps are difficult, for example. But it's not gonna be maxed out. Like, it will be fairly forgiving, but you will still need to, like, take it seriously. You can't just go for it, you need to take it seriously. But it's no pixel perfect precision needed. I know, Kryjek, but I was somebody. $17.13. What is that? Did Hazard get through the... Oh, it's just the wheel hang. Okay, okay. Oh. Oh, okay, yeah. That makes sense. So Hazard was, like, practicing the wheel hang. We're kind of doing a radio show today, it seems. Okay, I know what I did wrong. I should have kept holding right to exit. Shootmania. Stop breaking. That would be a good Trackmania team name. Spaghetti Bolognese? Yeah, you got it. That's the one. That just really resonated with me when I was making my name. Seven more minutes of practice and it's a 4-hour run. Pretty average on Hazard scale. Sweet blow. Clever. Wow, Kuni. I'm gonna blush over here. Oh, that's a terrible line. What it actually stands for, though, because this question is asked occasionally, stands for Speedball, which is a Shootmania game mode. Trackmania being an FPS game from the Trackmania developers. Don't spoil it. This is well-known information, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I ruined everything. But just, you know, there's gonna be someone who was wondering about it. That's a 3 versus 3 game mode that I was playing pretty actively like 10 years ago. It's a cool game mode, basically like football with rocket launchers. Did the skills from Shootmania transfer to Trackmania? Not really, apart from concepts like learning new things, you know, learning techniques. However, the map editor is really similar. So, building big maps in Shootmania, you know, that kind of gets you used to like how shadows work in the game and how the editor works and stuff like this. So, in that sense, that part is pretty similar. Definitely helped me. Good night, Matteo. Rest well. Very good FPS, I agree. I mostly, these days, when I play it, I just speedrun. Play the obstacle game mode, which is a community-created speedrun game mode. But yeah, the game is really, really diverse. Like, you only really have one weapon, and it sounds really sort of lame. You don't have any abilities, really. Like, you can wall jump and stuff, but you don't have many elements to work with. And yet, I think the last time we counted, there's like at least 80 to 90 different movement techniques in the game. So it's very diverse and hard. Difficult to learn. Yeah, I think Hazard is doing the wall hang practice right now. So the height will go up and down a little bit. No stream indeed. Oh, whoops. So sad there's no more elite mode players. Yeah, I mean the PvP scene is pretty quiet. The, you know, benefit in speedrunning is that you can do it without people on the server, right? You can just do it alone. No. Hold on. Hold on. Oh no, I messed up. I turned to the wrong direction. I should have changed the camera. You're counting how many times he gets it? Oh yeah? It's hard to say though exactly how many times you will succeed on it, right? You can count the attempts, so... Yeah, it's really good that Hazard was able to break the ice slide curse on floor 15 though. Looking forward to the streams. Hazard will not stream at least this run. Maybe we'll open the stream in a little bit, I don't know. Have you kept up with Neon White? Not really, no. But yeah, I did play it in release. Got some records in the early days. In the beta version, I think. But yeah, I would be super garbage now. Was fun though. Fun game. Whoops. This practice part is so fun, I think I'm just gonna stay here for the rest of the event. It's nice, right? It's probably somewhat relaxing to do like a very low risk section like this for for a while. Yeah, Hazard is on the wall hang. To try relaxing in shallow dip. I think some of the players kind of did that when the map came out. No, Hazard not streaming. Interesting landing. Where am I? Wait, there's a recovery way, I think. Yep. Here. What kind of a beam is this? What? Couldn't give like a proper beam here? What do I even do? I guess more speed. Oh. Alright, that'll do. I guess I can go only on one of the beams. I don't have the backward camera bound. So this is a little bit of a tough task. Okay, maybe I'll actually just line up centered. It's not exactly centered, I think. This will do. I don't even know if I needed any speed. Did I? I thought there was a gap. But okay. Feels like day one again, watching someone no experience play deep dip. Yeah. It is very similar, except, you know, I kinda understand what the jumps need to look like to succeed, and some possible mistakes as well. Definitely does speed up the process. I'm keyboard only, yes. Never played controller. That was a lot of adjustments, but I think it actually worked really well, yeah. Ooh. Yeah, I spent a lot of watching many different GPS players. Don't think anyone really expected the map to be this difficult, honestly. Is this possible to do? Okay. Made it? Oh, Hazard made the wheel hang? God damn. Oh. Oh. Okay, hold on. Nah. Oh, back to the bob. Well, not for long, I guess. Picture on Discord. Okay. Yeah, there it is. Indeed. Hazard. There it is. 4-hour run. Past the wheel hang. Well, we still will not know the exact inputs because Hazard is not streaming at all, but Well, that is quite the progress for today. Tied, actually, an untied second place now. All of a sudden. Completely Bear, thank you so much for the tier 1. Much appreciated. Oh, no problem, Bear. Not much of a cast today, but you know. Hopefully understandably so. At the very least, we can keep an eye on Hazard's progress in like a bit of a weird way, but still. Yeah, it's been at least a pretty long month, so appreciate it. When did you start playing Deeply 2? Today. 5 hours ago. Let me actually use this plugin here. Yeah, we know Hazard's height thanks to not only the height tracker, but also Hazard is posting screenshots. How far do you think you'll get? I think a good goal for me would be to reach floor 6. Finishing the map is too much. We'll probably try to finish the checkpoint version. So like 1 checkpoint per floor. I think that I can do. It's gonna be a challenge, but I can do that, I think. But yeah, this full map is a challenge for a few people, and I'm not one of them. Nah, yeah, floor 6 would already be like a pretty solid achievement. Especially if I don't play the practice floors before that. That would be the height of Shallow Dip. I think the waterguard marker should be up to date, yes. But it doesn't really matter right now, because floor 16... floor 16 actually gets the highest points in a pretty long time in the very beginning, so the height doesn't matter too much. Screenshot run. Oh, that's what you meant by the FPS thing. Leah, I was thinking it was my stream, but now I understand, yeah. Here's the next frame of of Hazard's run. Don't be sorry, it was a good joke. Here's the next frame. Landed. After the jump from the wheel hang. We'll wait for the next frame. I hope Hazard will make a PowerPoint presentation out of this run. Can we see the jump on the map? Let me get to a safe position. I will fall from this beam. 1 second. The Discord is the Deep Dip Discord. If someone still has the link that I posted a while ago, feel free to throw it back. Okay, should be fine here. So, here is the actual section that Hazard is on. So floor 16 starts here. Made it through this loop part here. Jumped here. This was the first screenshot we got. And then landed to the wheel hang. Second screenshot. Then wheel hang all the way through. Landed here. Third screenshot. And then the fourth screenshot is here. From here, Bren has made it to this landing. Through this landing onto this point. This is the current water guard. And actually Bren didn't fail a section here really, but actually tried out the practice wall right here and fell from it twice. So the actual route goes to the plastic jump. So reaching this point would be the next like section water guard. We have a new frame. New frame alerts. Yeah. Hazard is getting dangerously close though. This is halfway through the floor. So now the jump. So what Hazard will need to do... Imagine if we get like a screenshot from here soon. Yeah, that would be painful. Well, so from here, jump over the first beam and below the second beam, right? That's the shot. And then save yourself on the ice. Yeah, Hazard can't finish. Unless Hazard is streaming on some alt account on Facebook Live or something right now. The full run needs to be finished in its entirety. So I think like if you're about to finish, what you want to do, if you get the very unlucky event of being off stream, you will not be eligible for the prize pool if you are not streaming the full run. You can finish, like you can finish the run if you want, but not for the prize pool. But then you reveal your replay as well. Everyone will be able to see your replay on the leaderboard. So I feel like the smart move to do for the competition would be that you go around, check the speed, and then when you feel like you figured out the speed, you just restart. You don't finish the map. You don't show people what you've done. You just figure out the speed, and then you go again on stream. You figured out everything. You just trust yourself to get there again. Made it? Oof. Hazard typing. This is the weirdest possible way to follow a Trackmania run, honestly. This is so strange. Yeah. Ah. There it is. New slide. New slide dropped. Tight water guard. So I think, I guess, you know, I don't really know what Hazard is gonna do. Is he gonna practice the dirt wall ride? Or is he just gonna try to go forward? Never knew that I would watch a stream in PowerPoint. I think practicing, like, yeah, especially because you're off stream, I feel like practicing right now is probably going to be the best call. God damn. Alright, well, we'll keep watching, I guess. Alright, well, let's wait now. Yeah, we'll see. Very interesting situation. Real move is to ignore the money and just finish the map. I will say that as weird as it would be, it would probably make the story of Deep Dip 2 even sort of richer in a way. Like, it would be kind of crazy. What happened? Hazard is not streaming, not on the server, and just tied the water guard on floor 16. And we get a screenshot like every 5 minutes of Hazard's progress on Discord. The problem with mandating the server presence is that servers are weird in this game. Like, sometimes they cause issues for some people, but not others. I've organized a lot of competitions myself, and it's always, like, incredibly painful to deal with servers. That's the issue. So, like, mandating server presence can cause some players to have to just drop out from the competition, which is maybe not ideal either, right? You can have really bad, like, lag spikes, you can have very frequent disconnects, and you can have also really really low FPS. Hazard, one-shot dirt wall ride shit. Okay, that has to be the practice. That has to be the practice wall ride. That's not the actual wall ride, it's the practice one. Because otherwise we would have a next slide, right? There's 2 sections between them. So, okay. So, just to be clear. So this is how the floor goes. You get to this point, right? This is where the previous slide was received. And you can practice here. You need to get the dirt wall grip. So you kind of angle the car upwards and stay on the dirt wall. And then you do a plastic bounce at the end and you turn backwards. So you're wondering, like, okay, well, where do you actually go then? And the answer is nowhere. This is not the routes. This is purely for practice. And it is not for this next section. So you can go around like this. You know, you can go around like this. And what hazard probably means is taking the turbo and getting the plastic bounce and then being able to either get back to the quarter pipe or dropping into the water, right? So what you actually need to do here is you need to go around, take speed, and then jumping across these plastic blocks, jump, jump, land. And you're still not on the actual dirt wall, right? Then you go to a dirt swoop, get the speed through the ice, plastic, jump here. And then you go around the flags on the beam. Which some people say that this is not too bad to do, it looks pretty scary to me, but... So there's 3 sections before you get to the actual dirt wall, right? And it starts here. And this one is much more difficult, it's much longer. You have narrow space here, so you go on the low side first, all the way here, do the plastic bounce, and then go up here, and then you exit it with a zoop from right here. So that is the actual dirt wall, right? So what hazard surely means, because there's no way hazard cleared 3 sections there and didn't say anything, right? There's no way. So what hazard is talking about is being able to do the practice wall. Yeah, so there's absolutely no recovery for any of this. You will likely fall down to floor 13, bounce on one of the crystals, and fall, you know, off the map somewhere. Most likely. Hazard is on the tight world record right now. Off stream, off server. Is sending screenshots about the progress. And has just done the practice wall ride. The practice dirt wall ride. Sent this. Okay. Yep. Yeah, it is the practice wall ride. As we assumed. Yeah, so Hazard is able to one-shot it. Okay, that's impressive. I actually wonder... Huh. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Would there be a possibility? No. No. What I was thinking... Would there be a possibility that actually what you need to do for this section now that I saw Hazard do this, would there be a possibility that you have to go here? You have to do the turnaround, and then you have to somehow chain the speed to actually get enough speed for this plastic jump. But the line doesn't work. The line doesn't work, and you can actually also do the dirt zoop like this as well. So what you can do is you can go straight up, then a little bit to the left, and then zoop up, flip around, and land here. That might be the strategy. But like this is gonna be more speed. So you might not do just like a, you know, turn around here. You might have to do the zoop still. So what you do is you go a little bit left here, and then you turn hard to the right. You will get quite a bit of airtime. You get like a speed boost there. It is the same technique as what you do on the wall though. That might be the strategy. So zoop up 180 and then go up here and then the jumps. You could just back up the wall and PF. If you mean like going here and then going back, that's not gonna go very high. I think you have to use the turbo for sure. No, yeah, it just looked like, you know, that could have been something, but no. Yeah, it's not gonna be the practice wall. Like, the practice floor is just for practice. What is the way you do the plastic jumps there? Going for it, okay. Tell Hazard to stream. I don't know if it's up to me. Surely other people have told Hazard to stream already. So if he's not doing it, then he's not doing it. Oh, whoops. Okay, that was lucky. Yeah, I would imagine... Honestly, I would imagine that Hazard is just gonna stay on the practice wall. Because it's the big thing off the floor. I would be really surprised if Hazard just wants to go and finish the run right now. This is the second time Hazard got onto floor 16 on this run already, so seeming to get the consistency up. So honestly, I think Hazard will go live and start a new run to do it. You know, I guess anything's possible. Could probably PB farm if he wants to do that. Oh no. Whoa. I need to be more careful. Plastic is just so fast. The acceleration. Okay, I'm gonna try with this. Small left tap, then right tap. Oh. Slightly off. Pretty sure, yeah, Hazard is just practicing for this run, and then streaming a full run. But yeah, I will say that if he just decided to finish the run right now, you know, that would be surprising, but kind of a very unique way for the first finish to happen. You don't think I will win this? Yeah, you might be right. I think it's an educated guess. Second place though, yeah. Second place. I'll take second. A 4-hour run only for Hazard. Pretty sure, yeah, Hazard is just doing the dirt Alright, still the practice. Oh. Word. Yeah, I'm not quite yet finishing it. 0. Soon. Give me a little bit more time. It's a terrible line, but I mean it lined up. Yeah, okay. I trust the setup. Oh. 1735? Yeah, I don't know. It's so hard to judge from the height anymore. I guess we just wait for Hazard to post another screenshot. $21 is the training wall ride pool. Okay, good to know. Yeah, Hazard is tied with Bren. I mean, it could be that Hazard wants to try the next, like, 2 jumps, but I would, like, definitely not finish in the run, right? I don't think so. But it's a big comeback for Hazard. Was actually 4th place before this, but now has tied wildcard on this off-stream run. Yeah, Hazard is offline, not playing on the server. We don't know anything apart from the info that we see on the height tracker and also what we see from Hazard's Discord screenshots. Oh. Are you more excited that you're being drip-fed the info? What do you mean? Oh. This jump is too slow. I do think Hazard has the least hours. But I also think it's not so meaningful anymore. Rather than watching it, has a bit of a different vibe. Oh, like getting the info from Hazard's screenshot runs. It is definitely one to add to the storyline, yeah. Can you check the heights? I can't really. I'm not sure how I would check it. Like you mean on the map? I can't open the map in the editor. There's a password and I'm not really looking to do anything about it. Oh yeah, I'll play this checkpoint version, by the way, Manu. Once the full checkpoint version is out after the event. Right now there's only the one that reaches up to floor 11. Hazard fell? Okay. Honest? JK? No, stop. Dude. What are you... What do you mean, JK? No, you guys need to be reliable. This is the only way I can get the information. I'll give you a second chance because we're fair on this channel. Don't do it again though. Bren posted something. Oh, cars racing. On Discord. Yeah, I suppose we're just waiting for Hazard. Still, no new updates just yet. Do I still have the... Yeah. Still have it copy-pasted. Starting to understand. I think this feels so sketchy though. I mean, if he one-shots it, then that's, you know, a pretty big step. I mean, the thing about it is that, like, one-shotting something without understanding what you did can actually be, like, basically the same as nothing. Oh no, Mo. I do wonder if Hazard even wants to try the next section. I would imagine he will. The plastic jumps. The plastic jumps might be harder than they seem as well. So getting some kind of an understanding of them would probably help. Yeah, Hazard is just practicing the wall. Dude, really? Is gonna go to the pool? No, alright. Just posted in Matt's chat that he did it about 20 times so far and landed it twice. Okay. That's solid. %10 efficiency or 10% success rate is not really great though. When you think about the actual trick, which is a little bit harder as well. Not a little bit, it's much more complex. Even 50% is rough. Like, if you put this into perspective, like, we made some calculations of, like, a theoretical Shootmania run once. Like, adding up the consistency, the, like, reasonable consistency on different tricks. And there was a trick at the very end of the map that was about 30% consistent. 33%. Like, 1 in 3 tries would make it. And while it doesn't sound too bad, you know, like 1 in 3 is, you know, it's okay. Could be a lot worse. Could be 1 in 100. But when you actually think about this in the context, all the possibilities, like all the consistency up to that point, all the tricks before it, which there are many, dozens, were about like 1 in 20,000 chance. So 1 in 20,000 runs would make it through all of that. And when you add the 30% trick there, the 1 in 3 trick there, that makes it 1 in 60,000 instead, right? That is brutal. You will need like 40,000 runs more to actually get it down. So it's kind of rough. Even if you have like 50% consistency on floor 16. Made the practice floor 4 times now? Okay, thank you. Hazard cooking? Oh. Yeah, Virtual made a video today saying that basically... What am I doing here? Just a slide. Basically saying that he feels burnt out, and also also it's kind of like tough to do something like this for such a long time when you also have video editors working for you and you have other things in real life that you need to catch up to. So what Virtual said is that he will basically drop out of the competition and do other things right now, but that doesn't mean that Virtual will not finish the map. Probably will get back to it once the event is over and the practice floors are out and practicing the map is more efficient. I could make a Virtual comment, but I don't really know if it's gonna do much. Yeah, even 90% consistency on each floor is like 20% consistency. I'll trust your math here. To clear the entire map, yeah. So that's already kind of tells you what we're talking about. And like if you have two 10% tricks in a row, now you have a 1% chance of getting through both, right? Much lower. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's kind of hard to do accurate math there anyway. It's on Virtual TV channel, the video that Virtual made. Sure, it's 50-50, always. Just like this ice slide. Looks pretty good. Yeah, the reasoning Virtual gave was completely understandable. Probably a little bit too much speed. Yeah, small release. I guess we're waiting for the next slide. But I feel like Hazard might just spend the rest of the run honestly practicing this trick on floor 16. Might just play it until he falls. Hello, Big Flow. I should have probably gone to left, but I guess this works. Oh. No worries, Big Flow. Really don't see a world where he doesn't try to finish, really? Well, I mean, it would be... It would be interesting for sure. the question is, would Hazard, if he finishes now and the run is not eligible for the prize pool because it's not streamed, would Hazard then try to finish the map again? Are you finding the map fun? Yeah, it's kind of chill so far. But I'm sure, you know, in the higher floors, it's gonna change. Maybe I should just kind of make sure that I have a straight line here. Not get any slowdowns. Can imagine if you're done it once you have done it once, you can have the motivation to do it again. Kind of, but it's also like can work in the opposite way, where you feel that you might not really like you've done the challenge right. Like maybe it's not in the event, maybe it's not eligible for the prizes, but you know, you finished the map. It might be hard to actually push for that climb again when you know that you've already completed it. I'm not sure. Depends. Yes, if anyone finishes the run, there will be a leaderboard run that anyone can check. So you will be able to check the inputs, you will be able to check all the parts of the run. Yep. Yeah, I guess like if Hazard waits for long enough, like 8-10 hours, the replay file would be too big to actually save on the leaderboard. So yeah, I don't know. 15k is a lot of money, yes. And I don't think Hazard is motivated by money. But I mean, like, it has to be like something you're thinking of, right? Nice. That was not the greatest line, but... also not the greatest line. Looks good. 4:36. Yeah, generally I think replays break around like 6-7 hours. Depends on the map though. Stream the last jump and fail on purpose for the engagement? Could block internet access for Trackmania? True. There's some strats. Oh god, what a strange situation to be in. Well... was that too slow? Do I need to get like higher initial speed? Maybe. 2 AM, but I'm too invested in this slideshow. I know. New slide dropped. Okay. It's okay, guys. You don't need to link. I have the Discord open. No, this is a little bit of a different slide. Not... The wheels do have grip. Looks kinda scary to save though. There's the pool below though. Like maybe you can go backwards a little bit and then drop to the pool. Made it back? Okay. Okay. What? Understand the trick now, but I'm shitting myself every time and I'm not consistent. Poor Hazard. I mean, it is good practice though. Really valuable practice. Like, we kind of assumed that it's gonna be the final boss of the map, this dirt wall raid. So getting more runs into it, more confidence, definitely helps. How to access the Discord? Someone have the link? It's the public deep Discord. Nice.
Definitely impressive how you spoke up so much.
Maybe I need a custom horn as well for the deep dip. Deep dip journey. Yeah, so again, if someone's just tuning in, Hazard is currently on a run outside of the server, not on the Twitch either. The only access we have to that run is in two ways. One, we can see the height on the height tracker. And two, we see some occasional screenshots from Hazard. Oh, do I need... I think I need to air brake early, right? Okay, I'm gonna stop lining up for that jump though. I feel like it's fine without it. This is too hard. Hazard is missing out on a lot of Twitch primes right now. Sure. But I don't think it's really about that for Hazard. It's the passion for the game, yeah? PPV for the slides. You can make like a Patreon real quick and do like exclusive posts. Be honest, who would you like to see win the most? I'm completely neutral, honestly. I don't really have a preference at all. I'm a big believer, in general, that whoever wins a competition like this also deserves to win it. Like, there's always like a lot of talk about like who like deserves to win the most. I feel like it's always the person who wins. Sure, if there's like some weird like cheating or whatever, then that's a different thing. But in general, you know, the competition like this works in a specific format, and whoever is able to, you know, work within that format, finish the map first, win the event, I think like fully deserves it as well. So I don't really have a preference. But I'm looking forward to someone doing it. I feel like it's time that someone gets to those later sections of floor 16. There's probably like hundreds of people right now following Hazard's dot go from one height to another height, back to the first one, back to the second one. Crazy. Oh. So there's, I think 14 sections last time we counted. 14 sections on floor 16 total, like separate sections that you need to chain together. And currently we've reached 7. No, training the dirt wall ride. So got past the wheel hang already. Oh. One shot the wheel hang, actually. What do you think of virtual quitting DD2? It's understandable. Like, I feel like all the reasons, like, you know, wanting the editors to have work, they kind of depend on virtual, you know, doing things that you can showcase in a video as well. I feel like it's completely reasonable, and, you know, we know that the map is really tough to play for this long, right? 200 hours in a month, like, it's going to take a toll on you. So I think it's understandable, and let's remember, it only means that Virtual is not going to be a podium player, right? It doesn't mean that Virtual will not finish the map, which, to be fair, Virtual's chances at this point to get to the podium were kind of slim anyway. Because Virtual was only now getting to floor 14 when we have 4 players who were almost on floor 16, all of them. Now we actually do have 3 players on floor 16, right? And Elcon is 1 trick away. So, like, I don't really know if it changes much. It's a rational decision. Probably not an easy decision. Like, I'm sure Virtual feels a bit, like, disappointed in himself as well. Because he is a competitor, you know? He's done many grinds similar to this in the past. So yeah, it has to be pretty tough to make that call, but I feel like it's an understandable decision. Why am I struggling with this part? Hold on. Oh. Oh, what is this now? You just take speed? Just bounce over. Okay, no problem. Let's do that. This does not feel like it's enough speed. Is this even a safe route? Or is it just a bait? Okay, whatever. Is that even meant to be savable? Yeah, we all wish that Hazard was streaming, but at the very least we get the PowerPoint presentation. It is a unique way to showcase a run. What presentation? Hazard is sharing screenshots of the tight Waterguard run that he's currently on, offline. Halfway through the final floor of the map. Yeah, it is a 4-hour run. Oh. I feel like if the event took like 3 weeks, everyone would have been streaming like all the time basically, but yeah, I mean, you get exhausted and you don't want to be like in front of people the whole time. Like, that's completely understandable for the players because they're already exhausted and, you know. So yeah, as much as we wish that we still had the same like feeling of community as we had in the beginning, I feel like it's also understandable that as the grind goes on for this long, it just is not sustainable. At the same time though, we do have like a different kind of situation where we have like 4 players right now who are all fairly equal Not really. I guess like Bren and Hazard are getting away a little bit. But still, it's like at any point there can be a finish. Okay, that works somehow. So we just wait for that. I think drop down here, right? Technically Lars has water guard, but we don't care about the height anymore. You know, the height is whatever, right? You don't win the map by height. So it is kind of funny that at some point they farmed the height world record at some point too. Keep losing the feeling for it. Well, at least he's getting a lot of repetition. No, yeah, I completely understand, Vinny. In some ways, it's a little bit fortunate that the event became as big as it did. Because otherwise, who knows if anyone would have been up for this kind of a grind, right? I feel like the prestige that has come from the fact that there's so many eyes on this whole thing, of course the prize pool as well, and the sort of status as like a legend if you do manage to finish this map before anyone else. I think it really like motivates the players further. If that wasn't the case, who knows, maybe no one would actually finish this. It's pretty brutal. There's the Discord link for the Deep Dip Discord. Oh, that's not gonna land. Oh, actually was not too far. It is difficult to say, like, how much the prize pool matters, how much, you know, the Twitch exposure matters to different players, you know? Like, it's hard to just say what really, like, motivates them, right? But, like, Hazard has kind of said that, you know, it's really just about the personal challenge of completing this. Yosami, is it as hard as you thought it was gonna be? Actually, to be honest, I thought that floor 2 would be a little bit harder for me. But I haven't gotten to the real map yet, you know? I'm just doing the tutorial, basically. But I was expecting to not one-shot a lot of the stuff that I have on floor 2. I guess knowing the lineups and what's supposed to happen really does help. Oh. Maybe I underestimated myself a little bit as well. Not that I'm doing, like, exceptionally well or anything, but I, you know, wasn't expecting to even get this close to floor 3 quickly. Yeah, I think I said that, like, at most I would reach floor 3 on day 1. I've gotten to the quarter pipe jump at the very end of floor 2. It's terrible. But I didn't land it. I was a bit too high. As, you know, most players' first attempts were too high on that one. You grinded like them, how far do you think you would be? Like if I had 200 hours on this map? I think I would probably be maybe like floor 8, 9 sort of range. Maybe 10 even. I don't know. I'm pretty new to this kind of style overall. And I would definitely struggle a bunch on some tricks. I'm doing okay on ice though. Hazard moving, okay. Oh, now actually going? Continuing? Made it twice in a row. GG, I'm gonna continue. I need sleep. Gotcha. Okay, well, good luck to Hazard. I guess, you know, we don't get to see the next section if Hazard clears it, or even if he doesn't. So we don't know how difficult it's gonna be, but we will at least know if it's gonna be cleared. So currently, Hazard's next section, after practicing for the dirt wall ride, is not the dirt wall ride, but instead, now you stop going here, and instead you take speed, go here, jump over here. So, presumably, it could be that you do... This is hard to explain. You could go to the left, you stay on the right, go to the left, and then you zoom up, you get the dirt grip, and you flip 180 in the air, and then you land back down here, getting the speed, jumping through, landing here. There was actually... There was like a map from Hefa that uses a very similar thing. 1748. Okay, I don't know what that is. 1378, okay. So I guess fell. Well, I mean, really solid run from Hazard anyway. Super good progress. First run to floor 16, by the way. And in one day, in one session, made it all the way. He said aim issue, okay. I wonder if it was like jumping from here a little bit to the right and then bouncing or something. Maybe. Well, it'll be a little bit of a... Yeah, maybe we'll get a streamable. Missed the landing. Okay, plastic block sent me to the side, kinda. Not sure which landing. The first one or the second one. Because, you know, could miss this landing. And then kind of flip here and then somehow land over here somehow. Or... It could be the second one, right? Where am I? Could be landing this, but then like hitting on the side or something. Hitting here or something and falling down. Could be either. Well, let's wait. We don't watch Hazard. We watch a PowerPoint presentation from Hazard, who is not streaming and not on the server. So, been a weird thing, but I suppose that will be the run. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy, the whole thing. But yeah, there is a map from Hefa that actually has the turnaround. It's very... I'm kind of like second guessing if I should show it, because it's very similar. It's just without the turbo. Like, it was created before the event and everything, like a couple months ago, I mean, it's like a released map, so I guess it would be okay to show, but it's close to what it might be. New clip. Okay, let's just see it if Hazard already did the strategy. Okay, so, well, we can kind of see Hazard is not doing that strat. Hold on. Why is he landing so late? It's like a very late landing as a quarter pipe, no? Oh, well, okay. Alright, well, we don't need to worry about this. Okay, this will be more than enough speed. You can probably go too fast here. So yeah, slightly too far to the left. It's not really plastic, it is really just aim in this case, but you know, it's difficult. So you just smash into the wall. Yeah, this will be completely fine. That is still water guard, yeah. Getting like halfway through this next section. Yeah, so okay, now since, you know, this is the strategy, I can show safely what I'm talking about. Where am I right now? Oh, here. Yeah, no worries. So, this was a cool map. This is, by the way, a really cool campaign from Heffa. It is a... It is a campaign where every map has only 3 blocks. Start, finish, and some block. It's a super cool idea. Every single map of this campaign only uses a start line, finish line, and 1 block. So it's very creative. All the maps are very different too. But the very first map, this is the trick that I was thinking about, which doesn't seem like you need it. So on this specific map, you have a dirt quarter pipe, yeah? And then you have a finish block. That's the map. Everything. So what you actually need to do here is kind of go up like this and do this kind of a zoop. This is what I was thinking about. Doesn't seem necessary at all. It's a really cool sort of way to use this dirt zoop trick. It's pretty speed checked. That was what I was thinking. But yeah, it's not the strat. Very fun campaign, by the way. Some cool puzzles. And some very difficult maps, actually. Very creative. Yeah, 25 is too hard. 25 is too hard. I'll show 25 and you'll understand why I didn't finish it. But there's some cool small maps like this. Yeah, this map is brutal. It's really cool. The world record is like a very weird thing. But this is the intended way. It's just start block, turbo, and the finish. So what you do is you drift onto this ledge. And then you go forward around the finish, slightly like lose the balance to the edge, and then get the back wheel barely onto the finish block. And then you go all the way. So just carefully. Now you can climb it over here, and you can get to the finish. It is really difficult. It's super cool. Like, this is one of those maps that's just conceptually is really creative, right? It's literally start line, finish line, and a turbo in a straight line, but it ends up being this complicated. However, this guy got some... It's really... I don't even know, like, this has to be, like, insanely lucky. Probably tried to do the same thing, but then somehow, like, was able to climb this, and I don't understand how this is possible. This kind of a climb looks so ridiculous. I have no idea how this happened. It's still like close to the original shred, but that's, yeah, I don't know what that is. Looks a bit luck based. Okay, well, Hazard's PowerPoint the presentation is over. I think we can try this for a little bit more. 15 minutes maybe. And then we're gonna call it a day as well. Bren will go live in a moment. So that's gonna be something to watch. But it's a bit weird. It would be weird for me to stay here for that because Brent doesn't want to be restreamed, which is completely in his right. I will fully respect that, of course. So, you know. Trade him? Yeah, I can do that. If Brent is live. I mean, depends on when he's going live, I suppose. But sure, we can... if it's gonna be sometime soon, then we can wait for that. Try to get to floor 3. Still. Like, the bouldering axle kicked in when the wheel was in a very particular place. Yeah, I don't know, honestly. Bren said delete plastic. Yeah. I've heard that before. Just saw the virtual video. Yeah, it's a little bit, you know... always sad to have less people competing, of course, but fully understandable. No, my PB is the quarterpipe jump at the end of floor 2. I only started playing today though, so I don't think it's too bad for first session. When do you sleep? I find some good, you know, gaps in the day. Oh, after the streams usually. Hazard did say that he needed sleep, so probably did go to rest. Oh. That plastic, I'm overthinking it, I'm pretty sure. Like, I failed it a couple times and now I feel like I'm really overthinking it. Interestingly, Clint, the mapper Heffa is really into bouldering. Or climbing in general. The real life type. So it fits nicely. Is there any chance that we will get like a real life deep dip? Can we build some kind of a course? 2 kilometers tall. Bouldering challenge. I guess those are called mountains usually, but... oh, oops. Ninja Warrior, but it's basically just a skyscraper. But does it really count if the free solo people do it? Because you don't have like plastic boundaries and such. I think we need to add a couple at least. Just put some pool landings. Ice 360. Might be tricky to force in real life. Okay, did work. It's so hard to actually tell. I'm not looking at my speed at all. I'm just kind of feeling it right now. Actually, it would be kind of cool to have like an actual like mountain floor on a map like this. I'm really hoping that we get like interactive moving blocks at some point, so you can have like falling boulders that you need to dodge and stuff like this. We have custom moving blocks right now, but you don't have any way to trigger them, so they will activate at the timer always. You can customize the timer, but it's always gonna be from the beginning of the run. So yeah, I'm hoping that someone finds a way to make triggered custom moving blocks. That would be super cool. Yeah, like scripted moving objects. People have tried. People try a lot of things in Trackmania. Some of it works, some not. Why aim towards the left side here if you need to move to the right side for the following jump? What's here? Is the last part of floor 1? The upside down thing? Oh, this is gonna maybe flip? Oh, nice. Okay, that was a... Oh, okay. Very lucky flip. Left side on the next platform after this jump. Where you almost flip. Oh, here? I mean, you know, I'm doing these for the first time. I'm not really looking to optimize. But starting from this side kind of makes sense, because then you can directly chain the next part. What? Did the engine just stall? Hello? Why? I don't know, it just didn't have the engine sound. It was weird. I stopped Axel? I'm pretty sure I was holding it. Maybe the input display just didn't show it? I guess I had backwards gear. Yeah, I somehow got backwards gear, I suppose. Yeah, that makes sense, actually. No, yeah, I feel like what's happening there, Ion, is that a lot of the time you just kind of like figure out the strat and then you don't feel any need to change it, right? Why go for something that your muscle memory is not prepared for if you already have a strat that works? Sure, we do see some players like switch to some slightly faster strats occasionally, but I think, you know, overall most players just pick up like one strat and they do it from day 1 to day 30, right? That was not the line. Yeah, the switching from backwards gear to forwards gear sometimes just stall the car a little bit. That's likely what happened there. There can be some pretty weird glitches, like getting some mega speed boost from moving block. But I feel like it's not always possible. I think it depends on the moving block. Dude, I'm so bad at doing this jump. And at the end of the day, for like this kind of a challenge, like a survival challenge, it's kind of whatever, because no one will like farm for that kind of a thing to happen. No one will purposefully smash into a moving block just to hope for like a 1 in 100,000 chance of flying somewhere, right? I guess it depends how likely it is to happen, but it's probably not very. Here we are. Starting to get faster at these floor 1 parts as well. Oh. I really wish that these kinds of slopes were built from like stable blocks though, and not like 10 separate item beams. It really decreases the consistency when it's built from like a lot of separate items. If the mappers used like custom plastic to make every single plastic section, it would be so much safer. You wouldn't really get the landing bugs the same way anymore, but of course there's the file size issue. If you add a lot of custom blocks, the map goes beyond the 7 megabytes that it can. Then it doesn't work on servers, and you need very special setups to do these kinds of events, so understandable. I feel like floor 1 is fine, honestly. At least you can retry the ice slide. And it's not like that bad, you know? It's difficult to exit, because the exit you need to already plan like halfway through the slide. Like here, I already need to know how I'm gonna exit. This should work. It's kinda always like that on ice, like you need to have a plan of what's gonna happen in like the next 5 seconds. Maybe it's time to allow maps that are larger than the size of a 1990 floppy disk. Yeah. Maybe, but like it's just not how it is. Oh no, come on. Always the lamps. Did I get wood grip from the wall right somehow? What happened? That didn't feel like a plastic wall. Is it wood? That would mean that it's custom. No, this is definitely plastic, right? Really felt like wood grip somehow. I don't know. Can you break down the isolated dynamics? Like how it's done mechanically? So there's a couple key things about it. One, you need the second gear. So you need to get 100 speed before you go into the ice slide. Two, you need to keep the second gear. If you gear down during the ice slide, that's going to mean that you also slide out, which you might have noticed me do on the first attempt there, I think. So, yeah, it's not gonna work if you drop the gear. So what that means in reality is that you can't adjust the ice slide too much. Because the more you adjust, the more acceleration that you release, the higher the chance that it slides out. So how you control an ice slide is you go sideways and you counter steer, and then you can brake tap to go a little bit tighter, and then you can release acceleration to go wider. Releasing acceleration basically ends the ice slide, which means that if you want to go wider on an ice slide, what you need to do is release acceleration and then brake tap again to get kind of like a new ice slide, get the grip back. So it takes some practice for sure. Oh god, come on. Oh, nice. If you look at my inputs on the bottom right, you kind of get a feel for what I'm doing, because I'm making a lot of really small adjustments to try to like make the line wider and then get the grip back as well, while trying to minimize the risk of sliding out. It's kind of hard to like do any play-by-play sort of casting as I do it, because the adjustments are really fast. But you should be able to see them on the input overlay. Oh. Can you not host private servers with larger map size limits? So not easily, but yes. It's possible to have like a custom binary file for the server, which don't ask me to explain how that works. I don't know anything. I just know that it exists and it works. It's currently being used for the Still map, which is the 1 hour tech map that just released. That map apparently is 38 megabytes. So it doesn't work on normal servers at all. You need special servers with the custom binary file. It's possible, but it's tedious, and not everyone can set up those servers, basically. Okay, but yeah, here the ice slide. So first, get the second gear at 100 speed. So you will hear the car gear shift as well. Right there, and then we go into the ice slide. Okay, that's a bad line. So yeah, a bunch of brake taps, small brake taps, and a couple releases as well. I don't think the binary file is 30 megabytes, it's the map file. It's just that when you have a map file that's over 7 megabytes, then you need like a custom server setup for it. So the map file is the 38 megabytes. Okay, let's try. No. A little bit too much adjusting. I'm kind of just spamming release and brake sometimes. Which can work. Like if you do it in a semi-controlled way, it can work. To sort of widen the ice slide. The PowerPoint run basically ended after Hazard tried out the next part, the plastic jumps, and actually did get like a pretty good attempt. I can show in just a moment. There was a streamable. Nice. I kind of kept turning sideways there because it would have cost me more speed to straighten the car. Oh. Okay. Interestingly, it's the first like plastic section of floor 16, right? Not a whole lot of plastic there. Oh god, not again. Oh, actually landed. I'm going way too far to the side there. that was unnecessary. Okay, well, gives me a good spot to check the streamable. Yeah, it's here. So here, this was Hazard's attempt. Going around on the dirt, landing a little bit too far to the left. That was the attempt. But we now know a little bit. We know that this is not a hard speed check. If anything, you can go too fast over this landing. Like, this lands pretty far, actually. Hazard is trying to use action key 2 here to be a bit more accurate, but it didn't work this time. Yeah, it's just slightly, the angle is slightly to the left, and I guess the ramp here kind of like pushes it even more towards that. You need to do like a very straight line, it seems. Very good setup. That seems to be the scary part, actually. Same, Dega. I'm completely, like, speechless about everything that people are able to do in this game. All the scripts and plugins and everything else. Yeah, that was the Walter Guard, essentially. So, like, you can say that Bren and Hazard are sort of tied for Walter Guard in terms of sections, because neither of them cleared those jumps. But, you know, getting, like, halfway done with that section, I guess you can also count as a new Walter Guard. I suppose, Corgi, Bren might feel a little bit threatened. Now that Hazard has gotten as far as he has. Zertrov is huge. But also, the guy who's able to make the servers work, the big map servers work, is called Bo. Also extremely important character for Trackmania. And also there's people like Juice who are single-handedly responsible for creating the best item sets, custom blocks in this game. So there's like a lot of really important people who have completely transformed how we can build maps and how we can play maps. No, yeah, I don't think Bren is, like, stressing out or anything, but maybe, you know, it's kind of like, oh well, maybe someone else is actually getting to the finish soon. So... And another part of it, also... What is happening? Another part of it is that, even though they have the deal with Hazard, I don't think it's completely whatever to Bren and Hazard who gets the first finish, right? Like, there's still only one winner, right? Whether you have the deal that you can split the top 1 and 2 prizes or not, like, you still want to win, right? Only one person will actually get the title of Deep Deep 2 champion. God. I'm so skill issued on this floor. Bren did win Deep Deep 1. So has the chance to do the double. Lars and Elkhorn, yeah, who knows if they know the wall hang inputs, right? Like, who knows? Because it might be pretty, like, predictable at this point. I feel like... I could be wrong, but I feel like when I was watching Lars' stream, I feel like he said something to the effect of pretty much knowing what to do there. Like, you know, a lot of the wrong inputs already are known. So not too many, like, correct ones can be left. 1/3 of Stealth's playtime is on DD2. Oof. Doing pretty nicely too. Huh? I think I should not press anything when you fall like that. I think pressing just about anything at all will increase the chances of a dead turtle. Okay, sure. Yeah, that'll do. Lars sounded like he knows. Yeah, I feel that way as well. So, Hazard's personal best was offline, no stream, but we did get a PowerPoint presentation on Discord. And also a streamable of the final attempt. Elcon should be back on the track tomorrow. Has been a bit sick apparently. The finish jump will not take a week. Well, I mean, if someone gets there and fails it, then it takes a week for someone else to get there. I don't know. Maybe then, but... Mappers did kind of hint that the finish is Omega speed check. At this point, I will not trust anything the mappers say, though. The mappers did say that you need at least 66 speed for the final jump. That's all I believe. I do think that is correct. They also said XDD, that's true. Bob Parker said he's done it 66 times. Do we have any Bob Parker slideshows of the finish jump? Chat gets 1 leak. Okay, choose carefully, guys. Think this through, okay? Don't make hasty decisions. The ice sled on floor 1, can I do it in gear 1? You could have asked me. I could have told you that. Is that what we spent our 1 leak on? GG. It's against the rules, Funky. And... I do believe, like, so far, the players that we have shown, like, you know, very good sportsmanship, right? So I don't expect them to do something like that. Oh. I feel like I'm doing that just too fast. Don't think there's a random pool. Look, here's what you need to think about. Sparkling built the final jump, right? Sparkling. Sparkling also built the route for this floor, which seems fair, right? There's no, like, troll sections on this floor. And also floor 4, which is also pretty fair, right? I don't know what I'm doing. I need to respect these jumps a little bit more. Yeah, I think I did the floor 2 jump a bit too fast. Need to take less speed. So I don't think the sparkling would do like a troll section at the end. If it was built by like Flag City, for example, the final jump, then I would fully believe that there's like some weird 1 pixel bumper that you actually need to take to do the finish jump. But it's not, so I think it's gonna be pretty straightforward. Well, yeah, the floor 4, like quarter pipe and the rest as well, it was tricky, right? Like, it was tough to figure out and very sort of unique to have these kinds of rotations, but it was fair, right? Like, it looks like what it is. So, you know, it's different from hiding pools somewhere just to mess with the players, right? I always wanted to know if Floor Gang was a PewDiePie reference. I don't think so. I feel like it's just something that organically sort of happened from the previous tower maps. People just started calling it that. Dude, what is happening? You can't see anything in here. It's a bit wonky. Oh. I got like a slightly bad gear there. I need to maybe line up for that a little bit more carefully still. Like, it's been working okay, but now it's kinda inconsistent. Is Deep Dip the biggest event in Trackmania so far? Haven't been following a lot in the past years. It depends how you quantify it, because, for example, Zerator has done some pretty massive tournaments that get like hundreds of thousands of concurrent viewers, right? And also have had higher prize pools. But in terms of like the community being engaged for this long, it's probably getting there, you know? It's hard to really say, depends on how you want to count it. Are you regretting your previous question, Zanxius? think you only have the greatest questions. Fair, fair enough. Yeah, maybe Bear. Like, you know, if you consider those as part of this, dude. Why is this so difficult? Okay, okay. What do you mean, Dundi? Am I part of the bribing squad for Deep Deep 2 leaks now, or what? Not really getting tilted. Actually, I tilt fairly rarely in games for some reason. Usually I get bored. That's the biggest like enemy. When I'm on a grind, losing interest is my biggest enemy. I'm not really getting like angry or anything. Hard at work showing us that yes, all these jumps and tricks are actually very hard. They are. They are. Go back. It is weird to stop on ice like this. It's not something you usually do. Usually on ice maps you keep going forward, you know? That was not a good landing. Okay, let's go back. This map will never be updated because all the records will be lost. I mean, it... So, I suppose that's like a tough call that the mappers will need to do. I wouldn't expect them to update it, but here's the thing. If there's a patch later in the game that breaks the map, you know, let's say that, you know, Nadio removes plastic bounces or something, hallelujah, this map will not be playable anymore, right? It will not be finishable. So I guess at that point you need to kind of make the call of whether you want to have two separate versions, or if you want to just have the, like, one version, basically. The main thing is, though, that both versions will exist still. Like, this version will not go anywhere. Because the way Trackmania works is that whenever you save a map, the game generates a UID, which stands for Unique ID. Meaning that it's like an identifier number for the map. And that identifier number brings the leaderboard with it. So what that means is that every version of this map that you save, you know, you edit the map and you save it, will have a different UID. So they are essentially treated as different maps by the game. So in some sense, the leaderboard will stay forever. It's just about like which version is promoted. If there needs to be some fix, then it could be that the organizers, the mappers, decide to replace like the version on Trackmania Exchange and stuff. No, I know like some things that can be done, and I'm scared of them. Because there's a big problem if you can change the UID of a map. There's a big problem that shouldn't need to be said out loud. So I know that some things can be done, but I think it's fairly limited, honestly. I don't think you can just like change the entire UID and then it's done and you can do whatever in the editor. I think you can probably like fix very specific things like signs that aren't working, for example. Exited that too early somehow. Oh yeah, I fully believe you, Tundi. Yeah, that's it, Zangzius. Like, you know, if you could change the UID to whatever, you would be essentially, like, hacking maps to be different maps, which means that you could build, like, a 10-second map and make it correspond with the leaderboard of another map, right? That would be extremely problematic. But I don't think that is really possible. But I'm not an expert on this topic at all. Oh, great. It's still so weird. I don't know what to do there. Oh well. Working well enough, I suppose. Okay. There we go. Floor 2 honestly is pretty tough though. Like the individual tricks, maybe not so much, but like you have a chance of failing like all of them, right? That was close. Smooth, thank you. It's a good one. Brenislav, gotcha, okay. I can throw you guys over to Bren in a moment. No idea how I kept this turtle going. This jump is really not that bad though. I think I failed it once so far. Dundi, honestly, I don't know what this map would be without Dundi. I think it would take like 5 months to finish without all the pools. Hearing weird sounds. I don't know what they are from. Maybe neighbor. Some like machine sound. Oh, whatever. 5 AM? Okay. 5 AM? Okay. Whatever. I have the deep dip 2 schedule. Alright, let's try then. I'll take like a kind of correct line. Oh, this is pretty good actually. Slight left tap and boing. There we go. Yeah, that's kind of what it sounded like, strangely, Sigvason. Okay. So what do I actually, like, how do I get the speed here? Sort of carefully take line up here, I guess. Feels fine. Nice. Okay. And then this jump. I'm just gonna send it. Oh, close. Not a bad tray. PB by 1 meter or something. That is a tricky jump. Need to really like figure out the jump there. I'd kind of want to reach floor 3 actually. I'm pretty close. Can't get past it. If I can do it, you can do it too. Let's try. It is the all-time PB, but I only started playing this map today. Whoops. How long do you think the like version 1 would take to finish, Dundee? Based on like what you're seeing from the players here. 4 years? You know all the struts, just drive straight up. Any moment now, don't worry. Any kind of a guess? A year? You think a year? Version 1 would have taken a year to finish. Thanks for placing some pools, Dundee. Yeah, I heard Bren is live. I'll see if I can maybe get one more attempt here. Oh, is this too far to the left? No. Oh, to the right, I guess. Floor 5? That's not gonna happen today, dude. That is such a tricky jump, honestly. Probably the hardest one on this floor. Scariest one. Probably need to figure out like a good setup for it. Goes a bit close as well. Then flip. Okay. I stopped steering there for a second. I think it helped. Flip. Ren says he relates to virtual as it's not fun anymore. Yeah. It gets like super exhausting. Understandably. It's pretty understandable, honestly. like doing anything, like playing anything for 1 month straight and forcing yourself to play it day after day, no matter how like exhausting it is. Like, of course it's not gonna be fun. And I think it's difficult for this kind of a grind to ever be fun. And I don't really know if that's the point of the grind either, like this kind of a challenge to be fun, which sounds kind of silly maybe, but if it was always like, you know, if you constantly got a new PV and you were climbing every day and, you know, getting further and further all the time, then what's the like ultimate challenge there, right? There needs to be like a little bit of pushback from the map for the challenge to feel like anything, right? But there's of course a limit to it as well. Like if it comes to the point where you're actually like, you feel so defeated and burnt out that you just feel bored of the map, then that's the issue. Oh, I'm air braking too early. Maybe I shouldn't air brake at all. I think the line is fine. Don't air brake to get the bones. The nose down, exactly, yeah. Yeah, I do think it also affects you mentally, that you're kind of like, even if you're streaming and there's a lot of people in there, when you are used to, in the first few days or even weeks, to like playing with others on the server and you kind of like encounter them on the track, you drive past them and such, then suddenly, you know, when you're playing in solo a lot, that's probably like also very taxing. Like, it's understandable why you would do it, to avoid weird server issues and disconnects, whatever. But it probably also makes it a little bit more taxing still. Also, not really just in game, but first days people were on calls climbing together. Yeah, true. Yeah, it's like can be very isolating at this point. Even though, you know, the top players are communicating with each other and, you know, on the stream chats and such, it can still feel a bit isolating, I guess. Stealth has been a lot on the server, and like people like Have Samifying as well. Really keeping the server spirit alive. Juliano as well. Would you ever create this type of map? I don't think I would build like a tower. Not anymore anyway, after Deep Loop 2. I feel like this is the ultimate tower. Wait, is this too slow? Oof, that was close. Kinda took a gamble. Oh, well that was a fortunate flip. Alright, I'll take it. Would I ever build like a survival map? That could be interesting. I've thought about it before as well. But I feel like the tower concept honestly is pretty done. I would want to do something different, probably. There's other things you can do for like a survival concept. The one thing that I try not to do, and that, you know, I never really want to do, is like build something that has already kind of been built. I mean, you know, I do build like normal maps kind of, but I try to think of like new concepts new ideas. Oh. Oh, come on. I released the acceleration at the wrong time, which caused the slide out. Yeah, Heroes Hour was pretty cool. Also, there's gonna be the 24-hour race, I think in July. And it's gonna be like an RPG map. They just released some info about it. But yeah, I feel like ultimately the game needs some unique concepts. Just like driving a map from start to finish is it's kind of done. And I mean, it's the point of the game, and of course I'm not saying that it should be stopped, but that's kind of the normal stuff. And then for events, I feel like you want to do something special. When you have a special map, you want to do something special. So like new game modes, new kind of ways to compete, I think got to be the future. We've actually been talking a lot about like a possible event for Core, which is an Endrush map we're working on with Big Thirsty, some others. We have some pretty nice ideas already, some unique ideas, but we're still kind of thinking about it. We'll come up with something cool. What we did for Threat of Ariadne, obviously there was the Time Hunters event that some of you might have heard of. That Elcon one. Which was basically like a speedrun event where we had like multiple players streamed simultaneously on like a main stream. And they were trying for basically the whole day. We had 16 players through the weekend. Wait, did we have 16? Yeah, we did, right? Wait, did we have 8 or... I don't remember anything. Anyway, it was basically like a Wildegard hunt competition where you would have like a set amount of time during the weekend, and whoever got the best time, 4 players... Yeah, I think it was 4 players per day. So 2 days, 4 players per day, they would play for several hours, and they would try to get the best time possible, and also break the Wildegard. Elcon was able to do that as well. So that was like a cool format, but for the launch of the map, also, we did kind of like a smaller scale event where basically there was a beta version for a week of the map. And whoever had the Wildegard after a week... Oh, this looks very bad. Oh. Going. Oh, okay. Well, I did finally fail this one. My turtle weakness shows up. But we did have like 1 week of the beta version, and whoever had the Wildegard got their name onto the final version intro. And it was pretty fun as well. Like Scrappy was playing there, trying to get the Wildegard, and ultimately it was Murray who got it. Who also did get the Wildegard on the... has the Wildegard currently on the map. Hey, enjoy, Agadalia. Thank you for the good luck. But yeah, you know, just like hunting for Water Guard, I feel like it's kinda done. Like, you need to spice it up a little bit. It's like a Water Guard hunt. The problem is that there's so many maps and so many special projects right now in Trackmania, is that you kinda want to do something special. To make it interesting for, like, not only the players, but also the community. Can tell you I would have never heard of it if not for Rizzo. Yeah, that's probably part of it too. I think doing the shallow dip map was a really good move. Really, really clever. Oh. Slide. It was such a cool map as well, shallow dip. Oh. Enjoyed it a lot. What camera am I even using? I feel like I'm pressing random buttons. Hey, okay, well, this could be worse. I turned to the side exactly because I knew I would need to slow down, but of course the car then goes backwards. Yeah, no, shallow dip is like surprisingly tricky. It still took me like 1.5 hours to finish or something. Even though I did choke the finish jump once. And I'm really surprised how it has like more than 900 finishers. It might be over 1,000 at this point. It's kind of crazy. Is this enough? Okay, what? Not the greatest landing. Okay, we're gonna try this one more time. And then I think we'll move to Bren. And I can continue tomorrow. Hopefully with some streams to watch as well. I suppose Lars, yeah, didn't end up doing anything tonight, probably still sleeping. Maybe Lars will be live as well. We'll see. Okay, that doesn't count. Let's try to get to floor one more time. Yeah, it's definitely due to the popularity that it has like 1,000 finishes, but at the same time, I'm still surprised. There's so many people. I suppose it's doable for a lot. Don't tell me I'm stuck here. Actually might be. Surely it's close enough to go in. What if I go from here? Might be stuck. Oh, hold on. Never mind. Just took a while. Whoops. A weird lunge, but fortunately this floor is very forgiving. Oh. I'll probably get some sleep instead. Douglas. Yeah, like there's been some, you know, variety streamers who have finished, like Rizzo, for example, who hasn't played Trackmania before, I think. At least not a lot. And was still able to finish within like a couple dozen hours, 20, 30 hours. So like it is doable for people who haven't played Trackmania before, though it's a grind for sure. At under 100 hours. Gotcha, gotcha, okay. Don't think Captain Sparkles beat it yet. $32 hours, yeah. But it is really cool that they managed to nerf it enough that it is like playable for most people. Yeah, I know that Nepesta, if that's how you say the name, Geometry Dash player, right, was also playing it, but I'm not sure if there was a finish yet. I think it's tried as well, but I'm not sure. Oh god, okay. Breaks up. Rizzo doubled his playtime of Trackmania with just shallowed it. Kinda similar to Stealth, I suppose, in a sense. Also has 1/3 of the playtime on Deep Dip now. Oh god. It is better to probably land upside down there. I shouldn't be too fast. Car will flip always. Okay, what do I do from here? I guess just back to the ice. Well, I mean, we can do the math. If this is 1/3 of Stealth's playtime, it would be like... And it's like 200 hours or so, then it's 400 hours before this, right? Yeah, let me try this one more time. And then we can go to Bryn. Oh, whoops. Oh, okay. Maybe it's time. It's pretty late slash early. Alright. No, yeah, it's fair so far, meaning that, basically, I don't feel like there's anything beyond my control right now, but that feeling probably changes eventually, when you get some weird bounces and everything. It's okay, we can get to floor 3 tomorrow. I mean, depending on how our players are playing as well. Pretty close though. This tricky jump remaining. But yeah, I think at the very least we got to follow Hazard's run. That was something. No, yeah, I mean, getting through this map without getting ever frustrated, like, that's impossible, right? And it's kind of the point, right? You're supposed to get a little bit frustrated sometimes. But I mean, was a fun first session. I'll try to get towards the floor 6, I think. I think that's a good goal for me. But yeah, we're still gonna mainly focus on, on the runs from the other players as much as we can. But of course, you know, it kind of depends on who's playing, right? Depends on whether we have runs or not to look for. But anyway, Elcon and Hazard hopefully streaming tomorrow, so maybe those are some runs to follow. And we can check on how those are going. But yeah, I think we go to Bryn. I started the session, could have a new wall record there. Lost it just a moment ago to Hazard, so we'll see, maybe we'll have something new. But yeah, thank you very much guys for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed. Was not much of a cast today, but hopefully still enjoyed. Tomorrow we continue as always, looking forward to seeing some solid runs. But yeah, appreciate you guys. Have a good night, and I will see you soon.